wish to speak, walk with the Earth Mother.
What brings you here? Be careful. Hail. Farewell.
Hail. May the eternal sun.
What brings you here? Winds be at your back.
Peace, friend. Walk with the Earth Mother. Ancestors watch over.
I have just the thing for you. Goodbye.
Oh, so in other words, no, I just want to be clear. So in other words, if they continue to miss games and they don't develop any chemistry in the regular season,
watch this.
But they're ready for the postseason.
Watch this. You were the one sitting up here about the Lakers doing the Austin
That's
Powers.
right, because
How
they
do you
didn't
do
do
that
anything.
again? How do you? Yeah, you were
Because
doing
they
that
didn't
on
do
the
anything.
Lakers.
Austin Powers.
I have never equivocated since they landed Kawhi.
Well, first of all, I'm very proud of you because we know you're the king of the equivocation. So the fact that you did it with the Clippers, congratulations. I'm gonna give you a trophy on that one. But you are right because I did. I could not do it. I could. No. You have been consistent with the Clippers. I'm gonna give you credit for that because it's the only time you have been. But the point is the consistency that you've shown with the Clippers. What did I say about the Lakers? I am guilty of moving back and forth with the Lakers because I swear I thought they desperately need a backup point guard for when LeBron leaves the game. There is no question about that. You're looking at the Clippers acquired guys. The flip side to it, however, is damn when y'all gonna play together because the Clippers ain't playing together.
Okay, and this is what I'm saying. All these issues I said from the preseason, wherever Kawhi goes, he's going to win Finals MVP. I'm not moving off that. This team, if healthy, if they don't have Paul George on the floor in the playoffs, they still might mess around and win, but they're in trouble without Paul George.
Real quick, I saw you in the first game.
Sure.
I'm really disappointed in you.
Go ahead.
We watched the Clippers lose to a Sacramento team.
Okay.
Not good.
Right.
And then we're watching the Boston team. I know minus Kemba Walker.
Okay.
But you feel the weight of today. Today's a big day.
Right.
Why can't we give LeBron James credit and this team for Jason Tatum going off, dropping 43 points?
Lakers, Celtics, one possession.
Maybe one of the top 5 players in the East right now. And we're not going to give LeBron James credit and this team credit for him hitting a fadeaway shot. What best to memorialize Kobe Bryant?
My bad.
LeBron James
my bad.
hitting a fadeaway shot to win a game for a team who just needed to get a win.
My bad.
Just to get a win.
I'm sorry.
We're gonna say we're worried about the Lakers.
So you just want to talk.
No.
You don't want to respond. You don't want to respond.
I know that's what you do when I'm on your show.
Okay.
You don't give me a chance to respond.
That's not true. I always do. Matter of fact, I brought you on the NBA show and let you
Well,
respond.
that's fair. Then
There you
know
go.
that you're not going to my
That's
restaurant.
right.
Yes, all right.
Exactly. They're having a restaurant and not inviting me to it. Okay.
We're not gonna
Son and brother. Kobe was a loyal friend and a true Renaissance.
Championship.
The LA Lakers, the 2010 NBA champions.
And that was the first time I knew of your greatness.
You would think about what should I do to motivate this guy, this guy, this guy.
81-point game.
Olympic champion, the United States of America.
Falls down, and he is hurting. But the Lakers eat him at the free throw line. Got it. A 60-point game. What an exit for number 24.
And the Oscar goes to Dear Basketball.
Tienes que trabajar cada día para ese sueño.
He didn't just show up at games. He was deeply involved in that.
Coaching young kids is the most important thing we can do.
You couldn't have written this.
I have to believe that Kobe right now is looking down from heaven and going, I am determined to learn to play Moonlight Sonata better than Alicia Keys. Poor Chick Hearn is sitting there listening to it all. In 1996, our next speaker faced an 18-year-old Kobe Bryant on the court for the first time. Midway through the game, while playing, Kobe asked him for tips on his jump shot. Kobe scored 33 points that game against his boyhood idol. Michael scored 36 and won the game too. Please welcome Michael Jordan.
I would say good morning, but it's afternoon. I'm grateful to Vanessa and the Bryant family for the opportunity to speak today. I'm grateful to be here to honor Gigi and celebrate the gift that Kobe gave us all. What he accomplished as a basketball player, as a businessman, and a storyteller, and as a father. In the game of basketball, in life, as a parent, Kobe left nothing in the tank. He left it all on the floor. Maybe it surprised people that Kobe and I were very close friends, but we were very close friends. Kobe was my dear friend. He was like a little brother. Everyone always wanted to talk about the comparisons between he and I just wanted to talk about Kobe. You know, all of us have brothers and sisters little brothers, little sisters who, for whatever reason, always tend to get in your stuff, your closet, your shoes, everything. It was a nuisance, if I can say that word. But that nuisance turned into love over a period of time, just because the admiration that they had for you as big brothers or big sisters. The questions, they're wanting to know every little detail about life that they were about to embark on. He used to call me, text me, 11:30, 2:30, 3 o'clock in the morning. Talking about post-up moves, footwork, and sometimes the triangle. At first, it was an aggravation. But then it turned into a certain passion. This kid had passion like you would never know. And it's an amazing thing about passion. If you love something, if you have a strong passion for something, you would go to the extreme to try to understand or try to get it.
Well met.
Either ice cream,
Ancestors watch over.
Cokes, hamburgers, whatever you have a love for. If you have to walk, you would go get it. If you have to beg someone, you would go get it.
Go in.
What Kobe Bryant was to me was the inspiration that someone truly cared about the way I played the game or the way that he wanted to play the game. He wanted to be the best basketball player that he could be. And as I got to know him, I wanted to be the best big brother that I could be.
Go in peace.
To do that, you have to put up with the aggravation, the late night calls, or the dumb questions. I took great pride as I got to know Kobe Bryant that he was just trying to be a better person, a better basketball player. We talked about business. We talked about family. We talked about everything. And he was just trying to be a better person. Now he's got me. I'll have to look at another crime meme for the next. I told my wife I wasn't going to do this because I didn't want to see that for the next 3 or 4 years. That is what Kobe Bryant does to me. I'm pretty sure Vanessa and his friends all can say the same thing. He knows how to get to you in a way that affects you personally, even though if he's being a pain in the ass. But you ever have a sense of love for him in the way that he can bring out the best in you. And he did that for me. I remember maybe a couple of months ago, he sends me a text. And he's saying, I'm trying to teach my daughter some moves. And I don't know what I was thinking or what I was working on. But what were you thinking about when you were as you were growing up, trying to work on your moves? I said, what age? He says, 12. I said, at 12, I was trying to play baseball. He sends me a text back saying, laughing my ass off. And this was at 2 o'clock in the morning. But the thing about him was we could talk about anything that related to basketball, but we can talk about anything that related to life. And we, as we grow up in life, rarely have friends that we can have conversations like that. Well, it's even rare when you can grow up against adversaries and have conversations like that. I went and saw Phil Jackson in 1999 or maybe 2000. I don't know when Phil was here in LA. And I walk in and Kobe's sitting there. And the first thing, I'm in a suit. First thing Kobe said, "Did you bring your shoes?" No, I wasn't thinking about playing. But his attitude to compete and play against someone he felt like he could enhance and improve his game with. To me, that's what I loved about the kid. Absolutely loved about the kid. No matter where he saw me, it was a challenge. And I admired him because his passion, you rarely see someone who's looking and trying to improve each and every day, not just in sports, but as a parent, as a husband. I am inspired by what he's done and what he shared with Vanessa and what he's shared with his kids. I have a daughter who's 30 who just became a grandparent. And I have 2 twins. I have twins at 6. I can't wait to get home to become a girl dad and to hug them and to see the love and the smiles that they bring to us as parents. He taught me that just by looking at this tonight, looking at how he responded and reacted with the people that he actually loved. These are the things that we will continue to learn from Kobe Bryant. To Vanessa, Natalia, Bianca, Capri, my wife and I will keep you close in our hearts and our prayers. We will always be here for you, always. I also want to offer our condolences and support to all the families affected by this enormous tragedy. Kobe gave every last ounce of himself to whatever he was doing. After basketball, he showed a creative side to himself that I didn't think any of us knew he had. In retirement, he seemed so happy. He found new passions, and he continued to give back as a coach in his community. More importantly, he was an amazing dad, amazing husband, who dedicated himself to his family and who loved his daughters with all his heart. Kobe never left anything on the court. And I think that's what he would want for us to do. No one knows how much time we have. That's why we must live in the moment. We must enjoy the moment. We must reach and see and spend as much time as we can with our families and friends and the people that we absolutely love. To live in the moment means to enjoy each and every one that we come in contact with. When Kobe Bryant died, a piece of me died. And as I look in this arena and across the globe, a piece of you died, or else you wouldn't be here. Those are the memories that we have to live with and we learn from. I promise you, from this day forward, I will live with the memories of knowing that little brother that I tried to help in every way I could. Please, rest in peace, little brother.
There have been many great in the history of the NBA, but none better or more fun to follow than Kobe and they won titles in a row together. Teammates for the city of Los Angeles. And their names will be linked for all time. Please welcome Shaquille O'Neal.
Speak to a group of people about Kobe Bryant. Forever imagine. Be devastated. Capri, and a loving son and brother. Kobe was a loyal friend and a true Renaissance man. As many of you know, Kobe and I had a very complex relationship throughout the years, but not unlike another leadership duo, John Lennon and Paul McCartney, whose creative rivalry led to some of the greatest music of all time. Kobe and I pushed one another to play some of the greatest basketball of all time, and I am proud that no other team has accomplished what the three-peat Lakers have done since Shaq and the Kobe Lakers did it. And yeah, sometimes like immature kids, we argued, we fought, we bantered or insulted each other with offhanded remarks, our feud. But make no mistake, even when the folks thought we were on bad terms, when the cameras were turned off, he and I would throw a wink at each other and say, let's go whoop some ass. We never took it seriously. In truth, Kobe and I always maintained a deep respect and a love for one another. The day Kobe gained my respect was the guys were complaining. I said, Shaq, Kobe's not passing the ball. I said, I'll talk to him. I said, Kobe, there's no I in team. And Kobe said, I know, but there's an in me in that motherfucker. So I went back. So I went back and told Rick and Big Shot Bob, I said, just get the rebound. He's not passing. Mamba, you were taken away from us way too soon. Your next chapter of life is just beginning, but now it's time for us to continue your legacy. You said yourself that everything negative, pressure, challenges, is all an opportunity for me to rise. So we now take that sage advice to now rise from anguish and begin with the healing. Just know that we got your back, little brother. I'll look after things down here. I'll be sure to teach Natalia, Bianca, and Baby Capri all your moves, and I promise I will not teach them my free throw techniques. But for now, I take comfort in the fact as we speak, Kobe and Gigi are holding hands, walking to the nearest basketball court. Kobe will show her some new Mamba moves today. GG soon messages. Kobe, your Heavens MVP. I love you, my man, till we meet again. Rest in peace, Kobe.
Thank you. Thank you so much for tonight. But you know, it's not about my jerseys that are hanging up there for me. You know, it's about the jerseys that were hanging up there before. You know, without them, I couldn't be here today. They inspired me to play the game at a high level. And it's also about the next generation, embodying the spirit that exists in those jerseys up there and carrying this organization forward so that the next 20 years are better than the past 20 years. And that's what it's about. And then it's also about the fans. Fans, it's about family. It's about my wife, Vanessa. You know, you guys don't know this, but my last game that we had here against the Utah Jazz, I was really tired. I got home and I was like, you know what? I don't know if I can do this thing. I got one more game left, but I don't have any legs. And she said, I want to show you something. I got a gift for you for your last game. And she proceeded to show me a row of retired jerseys from Baylor, from Magic, from Shaq, from Cap, all with personal messages signed to me, including from Michael Jordan, including from the great Bill Russell, including from the great Larry Bird. And when I saw that, I knew then that I had to turn it up. I had to turn it up. So thank you, baby, for being an inspiration to me. And lastly, our daughters, Natalia, Gianna, and Bianca. You know, I hope that tonight is not, you know, you guys know that, you know, if you do the work, you work hard enough, dreams come true. Thank you guys so much. I love you. And, Mamba out.
At center ice, Nathan Beaulieu and Nick Paul have dropped the gloves. And Beaulieu is just back into, in fact, both these guys are recently back into their respective lineups. Paul lends a big right. Double of big guys. Beaulieu comes back with one of his own. And Hockey Day in Canada.
Talbot, they were set up right at the face-off dot. And the referee came in and talked to them, but they let the play go and dropped the mitts.
I understand why Max Talbot is fighting here, but if you're Dan Carcillo, there's really no reason to engage. You have all the momentum. You're up 3-0 a game. There is a time, there is a place, You know the Flyer fans love it, but you know what, Panger? There's no reason. Do not give the Penguins any opportunity to build some momentum off of a scrap.
Getting quality minutes with all the injuries. Big hit there, Vitaly up the air. Look out.
Yeah, look out is right. He's ready too. Oh man, Schen's getting it from Aaron Asham. Shen picked the wrong guy there. Kabina steps in. Oh, we got problems right now. Tony Granato right here going at it with Laviolette. We're gonna get a. We got it all going on here. Laviolette's furious at Bilesma. They're going after.
I think what Peter Laviolette is upset about in a 6-3 hockey game, Dan Bilesma throws out his fourth line.
And Englund on defense, and Englund's got Simmons, and remember, Simmons was cut yesterday with a puck, and Englund's got the right hands going. They got to keep Claude Giroux on the bench here. Don't get himself in trouble.
Craig Berube is acting the role of peacemaker here. In his playing career, he had more 5-minute fighting majors than anyone, but he sees a powder keg brewing, and so he's gotten his coach back to the middle of the bench. Tony Granato, the assistant to Dan Bilesma in Pittsburgh.
So now Wes McCauley came over. Tony Granato will be kicked out of the game, and I think Laviolette's getting kicked out of the game as well.
During that delay that we had with,
well, it's all about
their goal by Sullivan.
Well, they're really mad. Crosby's really mad about Shen hitting him from behind. Now we got Aaron Asham right over with Zach Ronaldo.
You got to be careful if you're Aaron
really
Asham.
Careful. I agree.
You get caught instigating a fight the last 5 minutes of the game, you're going to get some time. I mean, right now the referees, they got to start sending people into the dressing room. If nobody's going to listen, you just start giving tens, and you start throwing people out.
They will. But Crosby was going at it with Laviolette. Laviolette's no longer on the bench. He's been escorted off. So Kevin McCarthy will finish the game off with Craig Berube.
As a player, you cannot get engaged, and this goes for a coach too. You cannot start yipping and yapping at coaches if you're a player or vice versa.
Well, bring on the playoffs.
Comfort level was not the same as we saw before, but it's off the outside of the goal on the try by Crosby, and he hangs on to this, and he was whacked at a couple of times, and Sullivan will come around. Carl is there. Sullivan wrestled along by a couple.
That's tag team. Reed and Voracek on Sullivan. And Sullivan's about 165 pounds soaking wet. Voracek's probably 215.
The defensemen for the Penguins don't want to lose this faceoff, so they have peeled back. If they move in, then it comes outside, and they want the offensive zone draw.
Giroux's talking to Crosby right now. A lot of John back and forth between Giroux and Crosby. Thought the other night I received a text message from Wayne Gretzky, and he was talking about the greatness of Claude Giroux in this series so far, and how impressed he was with the play of young Giroux. And I think you and I and Eddie had a chance to experience it in the 2010 Stanley Cup Final. Now we got some action going behind the play with Kimmo Timonen and Crosby.
Giroux and Crosby are wrapped up here. Giroux without a helmet.
Crosby squaring off with
an uppercut, and they start letting them go.
There we go. Letang and Timonen going to take their helmets off. They're going to go. Letang's pretty quick. Timonen doesn't fight very often, but he's square. Letang can fight. I've seen him fight in junior. He can really fight. And he can switch hands, as you can see.
Boy, did he ever.
He knows how to play. And he's strong as all get out. Timonen uppercut on the face. Laviolette not happy with the Pittsburgh Penguins coaching staff again, but he's got a ways to go to get there this time.
To Chara, he tips it over to Krejci. Krejci looking for Chara at the point, the drive. Lucic battling hard at the crease. He goes down. Gillen Subban are there. Somebody's going to go for a penalty here, and I got a feeling that Lucic is going to be one of the guys to go.
I think it's Lucic. He made contact with Price, but what did Price do prior to that to get under the skin of Milan Lucic? I know the Bruins want Lucic to be that big net front presence, particularly on the power play. Boston with Recchi now on the back end with Zdeno Chara on this power play unit, looking to get something going with this man advantage. The overhead will show you what Lucic is trying to do. He's just trying to mirror the puck. That's why Lucic was upset. The shove by Price. Lucic isn't even in the blue paint.
That'll get him in trouble.
It's a good aggressive play by Price, because it gets under the skin of Lucic, and I believe the Bruins will be the penalized team here at the end of regulation, here at the end of the first period.
Well. There's anger in both directions again. It's the Bruins and Canadiens at TD Garden, a back-and-forth game. Subban headhunting for Marchand.
And saved by Price. He's not in a position to control that rebound, and Lucic buries it.
Marchand unloads. Now we got a Donnybrook going. Price is out of his goal. Everybody's paired off. Chara wants a piece of Pacioretty, who's tied up with Camper. Chara says, "You're mine, buddy. I remember the push in OT." Numbers taken, memories long, nastiness aplenty. 8 goals on the board, and we're barely past the halfway mark of this game.
Yeah, Pacioretty, he saw both Chara and Camper, and you know where he was going. He was going for Camper. He wanted nothing to do with the big fella. Now we got Thomas joining the fray.
Thomas is challenging Price. He's saying, "You want to go for it?" Price just threw down the helmet. Here we go.
Well, Jack, think back to what started all this. I believe the call on the ice was going to be an icing against the Bruins. And when that call is being made, you can't make body contact. You're supposed to just go for the puck. There's your icing, and then the hit by Marchand. And I think that's really why the Bruins will probably end up shorthanded out of all of this. That's just a guess, because a lot happened after that.
Now here's my question. A, did Marchand know it was going to be icing? B, did he hear a whistle? Because, and I'm not acting as a defense lawyer here. I'm just asking those questions because I'm wearing headphones right now, and partly for ear protection. It is deafening in this building. Tim Thomas and Carey Price both came away smiling, and I'm glad there was no damage done to either one of them.
Well, 5-3 you score, and things got a little out of control. Marchand, I think, Jack, even if you're unaware it's going to be an icing, it's incumbent upon you to figure out whether it's going to be or not. But that being said, the net result was this big melee, and you can see the right side of your screen. Chara so badly wanted to get Pacioretty. Pacioretty wanted so badly to stay away from him. Back on January 8th up in Montreal, the Bruins seem to have this game in hand, 2-0. They lose 3-2 in overtime. That little shove by Pacioretty at the end of the game really
Got Char a little ticked off. Char, in fact, wouldn't talk to the media after that game, afraid of what he might say. He was so angry at the situation, at himself. The Bruins went on a bit of a tear after that game. But you're right. Long memories. And Char so badly wanted Pacioretty in that scrum. Just didn't get to him clean enough.
Kids, don't try this at home.
Well, it's a little bit ironic, Jack, that we would, have a little fun with the New York Islanders and their 4-on-4 scoring prowess, and a quick shot at the goaltending and the fight that took place between Johnson and DiPietro. And wouldn't you know it, you get the two goaltenders here tonight squaring off. Yeah, a couple of punch attempts and then a little rest in the match where Thomas went down and then cooler heads prevailed.
They're often the craziest players on the ice.
Look at Hextall come out after Chelios. He's gone completely bananas here in this game now.
And when they get involved, there is no telling what will happen.
A right by wall, an uppercut. Yeah, you better believe it, baby.
It's the 10 wildest goalie moments in NHL history next. Hi, everybody, and welcome to another SportsCenter Top 10 special. I'm Darren DeTitian. We're so glad that you tuned in. Have you heard of Girls Gone Wild? Well, this is nothing like it. This is Goalies Gone Wild, and to be a goalie, you do have to be a little bit goofy. You're dressed up like an elephant, and when players are not running you over, they are ripping shots at you. I can understand why they snap. Here's number 10 as we get at it, a tantrum which turned into a little slapstick comedy.
I felt that I was clearly interfered with. Cujo went ballistic and then hit the banana peel in the corner and took Mick down.
Curtis Joseph's got to take it easy here, and some teammates should get between him and the referee. In his attempt to argue the point, he knocked the referee down.
I think there was a slight pause there because they weren't sure if they should laugh or make up.
Maybe it's the best thing that he fell, because if he didn't fall, maybe he was going to give him a trapper to the head.
I don't mind getting hit or taking a shot, but when the puck goes in and it's a game winner, you have to react.
I think that they gave him leniency because of stupidity, because it's worse than a suspension, the embarrassment of having that clip played over and over on TSN.
Anderson got in around Samuelson, goes in deeper, shot, Hextall, held the post, made the save, didn't know where it was. Oh, and then he shot down Nielsen in front of the net.
I make no excuses. Like I did what I did. I was an emotional guy, and quite frankly, I have no apologies.
Let me tell you what happened, Dan. Hextall made a save. The puck was loose around his pads, and Glenn Anderson swiped at the puck with his stick and missed the puck and hit Hextall. It did not hurt Hextall one bit, but it upset him.
My frustration came boiling over, and it came down to the first blue shirt. And whoever it was, it was.
Hit Kenton Nielsen at the end of the Edmonton series and was suspended for 20 games the following season.
It wasn't the little whack I took before. People were like, oh, I took a little whack, and all of a sudden he goes after a guy. And it was more, 2 months of this, I'm frustrated, we're losing, and my emotions got the best of me.
That is just a bad play, and it's dreadful for a guy that is a great goaltender, has a lot of talent, has played very well all season long, and he's just blowing his image right here.
Today, he probably would have gotten suspended for the next game or the next games. He would have been out of the series.
Sometimes, you do something, you get suspended. Okay, it didn't end up being the best interest of the team, but the intent, was right.
How does it always end up in front of Dark Snow? On the verge of being into the game.
You didn't have to ask no twice.
Here comes Shields at the other end. Here we go.
Shields, you love to fight.
Snow says, take your mask off, kid, and let's go. He doesn't do it. Snow does it for him.
Once they got started, you knew that neither one of them were going to back down.
Shields says, oh no, we don't.
and they were throwing absolute haymakers.
The crowd was going absolutely bonkers. I mean, they were going nuts inside the building. And to this day, they play it on the Jumbotron on a regular basis, and the crowd goes crazy all over it. So it's something that that will be remembered forever. Nothing seemed to be out of control in that game. Not like the Shields and Snow episode.
The thing I remember about that is the sicko smile on Emery's face.
The one with Peters and Emery was almost like they had grins on their face, the two of them.
He was somehow going to enjoy being pummeled by this massive saber.
And over comes Peters to grab Emery, and this is really going to get ugly now. Peters hasn't thrown a punch at Ray Emery, now he does. Emery comes back, and now Peters starts teeing off on Emery.
Emery's a tough kid. I mean, I don't know what everyone's so surprised about. I mean, he used to fight in junior, he used to fight in the minors. I mean, it's not like that's not his first tough guy he's ever fought.
If I was, like, you know, getting beat down or something, I think that the boys would have jumped in, but, you know, I can stand there with him. I don't have a problem with that.
I'd consider Razor a top 10 heavyweight in the league, too. As a fighter, too. He's a good fighter, but, no, he can hold his own.
We see the odd goalie fight, but they're usually awkward and guys are falling down and skating at each other. Emery, of course, fights all the time, but it was this demented, psychotic look in his eye when the whole world's going, what are you doing? And he's going, I want to do this.
Coming up, the goalie bad boy meets his match from an unexpected opponent.
That was surprising. It was Hexy that was bleeding by the end of it.
Our countdown of the NHL's wildest goalie moments continues with a top 6 next.
They were in a spin cycle, and that created a lot of problems with the Bruins' defenses, and that's what you...
Oh, my! A goal as Thomas tried to sweep it away and missed. And Marc-Andre Fleury, leading his team out, took a tumble onto the ice. You'd have to think that these guys would be a little bit nervous. Lidstrom firing it in, scores! Nick Lidstrom beating Kluche with a long-range knuckler. Eiserman in front again, another chance, and a big stop, and the puck's in. Law had it and dropped it, and Detroit scores first for the first time.
Patrick Waugh just got caught hot-dogging. Believe me, he was going to give it the how do you do, and he dropped the puck.
Down across the line, Ozelinch again. Try to look out, it's in the net. Brodeur came out and lost his stick, and it hit a stick, and it slipped behind him, and it's in the goal. That's the weirdest goal I've seen in the Stanley Cup Championship Series. Oh, baby. For the last 3-4 shifts.
They're kicking 3 guys deep.
And they score! Brian Boucher misplays the bouncing puck. A fluke goal.
And it's going to be rattled out and down the ice. This is bouncing into the net! Holy mackerel! That is a 197-foot shot!
Now, Felix Potvin was always known as the Cat because he was as quick as one. But when he decided to challenge Ron Hextall, everybody in the hockey community thought he was about to lose one of his 9 lives. But what do you know? The Cat came back. Turns out Felix was a little feistier than anyone thought. Let the countdown continue.
I think the game was over, and he whacked Danny Lacroix. That's like, what? Why?
Here comes Hextall. And Potvin and Hextall are going to go. I know Felix doesn't think this is a good idea.
When Felix come out and really control him, there was a wake-up call not only to, I think, Hextall, but to us.
I think for anybody who stood in front of Ron during their career as a forward, it was kind of enjoyable to watch him get his lunch handed to him by Felix Potvin.
But Felix is doing all right against the bigger Hextall.
We were all surprised how Felix Potvin could fight. And I think it surprised Hextall, too.
Hextall's been in a lot of them. Felix hasn't been in any, and he's a popular guy going to the Leaf bench.
You'd stop and look over and go, hey, Felix, you can fight.
He had Felix Potvin, in my opinion, get the better of him, and that was surprising. It was Hexy that was bleeding by the end of it.
It was a good fight.
Is there a winner?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, me, of course. You see all that blood? He bled all over me.
Tuukka Rask, this nice, quiet Finnish guy. Something really got in his kitchen. This is goalies gone wild. I've never seen a guy completely lose it. So they're in the shootout, and one goal gets scored, and Rask doesn't think it's a goal. Another goal gets scored, and Rask doesn't think it's a goal. They're both called goals. And so I'm sure it was bubbling inside his head from the first one, temper, and he just, once they lost the game, he absolutely loses his mind in a way that I don't know if we've ever seen a goaltender go that crazy.
A goalie like that absolutely losing his mind like he did. He put himself on stage, and it was something to behold.
Just went to the net hard. Got a little bit of a cheap shot. We had my wind knocked out of me. I was hurt a little bit, but I wanted to draw them into a penalty. And while the trainer was on the ice, Garth Snow came up to me. Garth, being Garth, just kind of said a few words that we can't repeat on TV. Sticking me with the stick, I just thought it was a perfect opportunity to get a free shot.
And now, here comes Trefilov and the length of the ice.
Trefilov came down right after Brindamore had come into the melee.
Now Snow gets back on his feet, and now he comes over. He wants after Trefilov. Here's Snow and Trefilov going at it. Down to the ice. They're down with Trefilov. But from the Snow as they roll around.
That was Matthew's soccer moment. You see it all the time in the World Cup where a guy goes down like he's dead and stays there writhing for 3 minutes, and then all of a sudden he's up with full energy running down the field. Let's face it, Matthew, and he's the first to admit it, was a huge showman. This was part of his gig, not only to instigate and agitate, but to put on a show. Sitting there going, come on, am I doing a good job of this? Am I doing a good job of this? Are they buying it? And then he gets poked, and the anger comes back, and he goes from showman to crazy man again.
It's a great YouTube moment. I don't think I get any more questions asked about any other part of my career than that moment.
Straight ahead, an all-time great secures his place in the top 10.
They go down to Bob, but Rob won that fight. He absolutely won that fight.
The top 3 is coming up next.
And now the goaltender, Salo, comes over. Here comes Cloutier. Kenny, we said old-time hockey lives. Well, here it is. Dan Cloutier has been known to get into fights in the minor leagues. Really thrown at Salo. Right now, somebody's got to get loose and put a stop. And now Cloutier challenging the Islanders bench.
The trainer kept trying to put a hat on Emery. Emery had been pulled from the game. He was in a bad mood. So the trainer keeps trying to put a hat on him. If the guy says, no, I don't want the hat on, don't try to put the hat on him. Finally, Emery loses his head, as Emery does, and he completely slugs him.
Now we got something going on. This is the first, Ted. I've never seen this. Now the two goaltenders are firing the puck back and forth with one another. Hextall can pretty well fire it all the way in the air. Now he's jawing at Poopa from the other end, and Poopa's down there waving him on. He said, come on.
Out of nowhere, over the pile, Neil Little. Neil Little went end to end to get involved in this fight.
Here's a breakaway. Look out. Hutchin coming out. Oh! Gaborik right over top of Dom. Dominic Hutchin came out. What? And he's going to get a trip.
Get his head down.
If you're a goalie, what are you supposed to do? Come on. And he stopped the puck.
Oh my goodness, that is going to make the highlights around the world.
Oh, yes, it has. You know, Patrick Roy might be a saint in Montreal, but clearly he was no saint on the ice. Intense and dominant. Roy wanted to win so badly, and if you went after one of his teammates, he would go after you. He's not a little guy either, but these goalies are tougher than you think. Here's Goalies Gone Wild number 2 and 3.
Now Darren McCarty gets his shots in at Claude Lemieux. And look who came all the way out to try to help. Patrick Roy.
goodness.
Patrick Waugh was coming out, obviously, to defend his own teammate and make sure that he helped out Claude Lemieux, who was getting pummeled.
Vernon and Waugh. Mike Vernon with a great lift. Follows up with the right. How about this?
Nobody was more shocked than the rest of us just how well Mike Vernon could throw them. And again, Mike Vernon gave probably about 5-6 inches in height and 30-40 pounds to Patrick Waugh.
You would have expected Patrick Waugh to get the better of Mike Vernon, and it was very interesting how well Vernon did in that fight. Both goaltenders going at it and really wanting to injure one another. It was almost like deja vu.
Well, Waugh's out of the goal.
Except it was a different goaltender in net for the Red Wings.
Here comes Osgood. Last year it was Vernon and Waugh. Now he wants to go with Osgood. Here we go again.
Here they are, two goaltenders that have won that many games scrapping at Joe Louis Arena.
Ozzy was ready and willing.
A right by Waugh, connected. Another right by Waugh. Another right. Uppercut by Waugh. A right by Waugh. A right by Waugh. An uppercut. He's holding on. He's going great against Osgood at center ice. Yeah, you better believe.
At Joe Louis Arena.
Ozzy was ready and willing.
A right by Waugh, connected. Another right by Waugh. Another right. Uppercut by Waugh. A right by Waugh. A right by Waugh. An uppercut. He's holding on. He's going great against Osgood at center ice. Yeah, you better believe it, baby. Patrick Waugh, Osgood at center. Osgood's coming back. Another right by Waugh. He's pushing him towards the Red Wing bench. They go down to the pub, but Waugh won that fight. He absolutely won that fight.
My job is to win hockey games, and I understand that our team right now is not as tough. And sometimes when things like that happen, I mean, it helps to stick together.
He's a lot weaker than Bernie said before, so he's not too strong, really.
Osgood had spent the summer working out. I mean, he really got himself in peak position, and he was bragging that morning about how he'd worked out and he'd really gotten himself stronger. So as the fight was going on, that's the one thing that I kept remembering was, that Ozzy had really worked out hard. So as the fight went on, I thought he was getting stronger and stronger.
I was surprised Osgood held his own. I knew Patrick was a pretty tough guy.
We were all laughing on the bench just because Ozzy's not fighting, and Ozzy's about half the size of Patrick Waugh.
I don't know if he's trying to redeem himself for Vernon or what he was trying to do, but I mean, the least he could do is pick on guys his own size. I mean, geez, me and Bernie aren't exactly the biggest guys in the league.
It just continued to build the legacy of the animosity and the competition between Colorado and Detroit.
Still to come, 9 down, but one moment stands above the rest.
Goaltenders are all a little crazy. To me, he's the craziest ever.
We reveal the wildest goalie moment in NHL history. That's next. Here's how we got to number 1.
Joseph is furious, and he ran into the referee by accident.
Hextall held the post, made the save, didn't know where it was. Oh, and then he shuts down Nielsen in front of the net.
Shield says, oh, no, we don't. I want to get a little piece of this action. And over comes Peters to grab Emery, and this is really going to get ugly now. And now Peters starts teeing off on Emery.
And here comes Hextall. And Potvin and Hextall are going to go. But Felix is doing all right against the bigger Hextall.
A goalie like that absolutely losing his mind like he did. He put himself on stage, and it was something to behold.
And now, here comes Hextall. Here comes the Look who came all the way out to try to help. Patrick Waugh. Vernon and Waugh. How about this? Yeah, you better believe it, baby. Patrick Waugh, not good.
Crazy stuff. In 1987, the Montreal Canadiens and the Philadelphia Flyers met in the playoffs, and then they engaged in a rather infamous brawl. Remember, the Habs used to like to shoot the puck in the opposing net following the pregame skate, and the Flyers, well, they didn't really care for it. It got out of hand, and surprisingly enough, Ron Hextall was not in the middle of it. And he's still not happy about it. Mike Keenan, the coach of Philly at the time, explains.
This all began at the end of the warm-up, turned into an ugly 15-minute scene, unlike anything that the veterans here at the Forum can recall.
Everybody on the teams except the starting goaltender, Brian Hayward of the Canadiens and Ron Hextall of the Flyers.
Everybody
thinks that I was a lunatic or whatever, but I was actually the only one not involved in that brawl.
In the old Montreal Forum, there was a supply area with a cage, in the cage. So Ronnie was in there fixing a stick or something, or going to get some tape. I immediately ran, closed the door, and there was a lock there, and locked him in it. And he was really upset with me, and I said, Ronnie, if you get hurt, we're done. You're not getting out of here until this is over.
I promise I won't fight. I promise you I won't fight. And he's like, you can't go. You can't go. Someone's gonna sucker you, something's gonna happen. Mike, I promise I won't fight. I'll just grab somebody.
I wasn't worried about him getting beat up. I was worried about him breaking his hand on somebody.
Okay, on we go now to our #1 goalie's gone wild moment. And Ron Hextall may not have been involved in that brawl, but believe it or not, he got another opportunity when the Philadelphia Flyers and the Montreal Canadiens met again. Here's our #1 goalie gone wild moment.
Ron Hextall is an amazing goalie. He was a great goaltender, had a great career, but he was just crazy.
I was looking to get revenge for one incident with Brian Propp.
Chelios running into the Philadelphia player who's now down. He was hit hard. And his prop, I think, really hit hard off the board.
Everybody knew the worth of Brian to the team. We had this inside information that Chelios said it. Supposedly during warm-ups, I'm going to get that guy. So all these things are going through my head.
He just lost it and went after Chelly.
Chelios brought it in. Look at Hextall come on after Chelios. That was an intentional offside. Hextall charged out of the net. He looked at the clock and saw a minute and 37 seconds left. And just barreled after Chelios, who has been the target, of course.
Hold it, look. You're gonna need the jaws of life to get out of those things.
Look, I don't have time to wait. I'm gonna be late.
Maybe you can soak in a tub.
You better get the door.
You said, oh, he's going to do something stupid. You just knew he was going to create mayhem in some form.
Paul Holmgren was our coach at the time. And apparently about a minute before, he told everybody on the bench, you know, if we're going to lose here, we're going to lose with, you know, whatever. We're not going to go after anybody. Well, I was in the net, so I guess I didn't hear the conversation.
They're trying to get Hextall off. Hextall is looking at Patrick Waugh. He's gone completely bananas here in this game now. Jerry Gauthier is having one heck of a time trying to get Hextall to leave.
With that whole sequence, it had to do with not shaking hands after the game with Chris Chelios. And he was so calm afterwards. And I remember coming to the locker room and he was totally calm because he'd been kicked out of the game. And I remember looking at him saying, what were you thinking? He said, you want to shake hands with him?
Looking back, should I have done it? Probably not.
Goaltenders are all a little crazy. To me, he's the craziest ever, and that clip is the ultimate proof of it.
I remember that like it was yesterday. Hey, we hope you enjoyed the show, folks. From all of us here, thanks for watching another SportsCenter Top 10 special. We'll see you again soon.
Shout out to SeatGeek for sponsoring this video. SeatGeek is the best way to buy tickets online. Support the channel by using code FOOLISH at checkout for $20 off your first purchase. Baseball's next strikeout king walks among us. Or maybe I should say, strikes out among us. In our last episode of Baseball Bits, we discussed old Hoss Radbourn's 59 wins in 1884, an impossible record to break with how modern pitchers are utilized. Today, we're talking about a record that will almost certainly be broken in the next 10 to 12 years, and that's the career leader for strikeouts, the Strikeout King.
Nolan Ryan on the mound. Oh, there's a blazer.
Sorry, I'll have to apologize real quick. My intern Tristan edits these videos, and the kid is just... he's dense, you know. He doesn't understand that we're talking about hitters who strike out the most, not pitchers with the most strikeouts. Hey Tristan, no one's gonna catch Nolan Ryan, okay? You fundamentally misunderstood. These are our candidates for who could challenge for the career record in strikeouts. Get a good look. Can you guess who they are? Because my artwork quality is more inconsistent than Fernando Rodney. If not, we'll meet them individually soon enough, and also run a simulation on Out of the Park Baseball to see who comes out on top. But first, pop quiz. Of all hitters in baseball history, who has the most career strikeouts? Time's up. The correct answer is Reggie Jackson, Mr. October, who struck out 2,597 times in his 21-year career. He's the current strikeout king, but when I think about strikeouts, he's not necessarily the first person that comes to mind for me. I tend to think about Adam Dunn, a man who strikes out more than me at singles night. My hunch is backed up by raw data as well. On a rate basis, Adam Dunn struck out significantly more often than Jackson, but Jackson had the advantage of about 3,000 more plate appearances. Mr. October was a mere strikeout accumulator by today's standards. He's the reigning champion because he played 21 years, but he only topped out at 171 strikeouts in his best, finger quotes best, season. That number was surpassed by 8 players in 2018. But these sweet, savory strikeout sums will soon be beaten. Strikeout rates are higher than they have ever been, and there's no end in sight. The swing and miss merchants of current-day baseball put up strikeout totals that would make any legend blush. So let's talk about why and how exactly this new strikeout king will come to be. I want to start off with some methodology. If the task at hand is breaking a professional sports career record, there's a few different characteristics you need to look at. The fun bit is that you don't have to be strong in each characteristic. Barry Bonds and Hank Aaron finished their careers within 7 home runs of one another, and yet they went about racking up these homers completely differently. Hank Aaron debuted in the majors a year and a half younger than Bonds, and finished his career with about 1,300 more plate appearances. Bonds hit 73 home runs in a season, Aaron never hit more than 47. And Bonds also had way fewer opportunities to hit these home runs when you consider how often he was intentionally walked, meaning that he was never given the chance to hit one out. They aged completely differently as well. Most likely because Bonds is a big fat cheater who was allowed to combine the savviness of a grizzled late 30s vet with the athleticism and bat speed of someone many years his junior, whereas Hank Aaron had to bow to father time like a normal person because taking greenies for one game isn't the same as pumping your body with an entire pharmacy of steadily regimented body augmenting super drugs. Whew. Okay, sorry, had to get that out. This is all to point out that Hank Aaron hit 245 home runs after his age 34 season, while Bonds, yeah, you might call that a late surge. Back to those key characteristics, I've written 4 of them. Number 1 is an early start. Pretty simple. If you're trying to accumulate in any career stat category, starting your career early in the majors is a huge plus. Aaron Judge debuted in the majors at age 24. Bryce Harper had 566 strikeouts at the end of his age 23 season. Number 2 is rate. The rate at which you strike out is important as well. Being able to rack up 200 plus strikeout seasons consistently gives you some leeway so you don't have to play until you're 41 like Reggie Jackson. Number 3 is productivity. This isn't productivity in striking out, this is productivity in terms of being a good player. If you look at the top 10 career strikeout list, you have 4 Hall of Famers, A-Rod, and the rest of the guys were extremely productive hitters as well. You need to be a very good player in spite of your strikeouts, or else your team is going to stop giving you plate appearances. Number 4 is the iffiest and hardest to project, but that's how your skill set will age. If I'm picking between Mike Trout and Trevor Story for whose skill set will age better, I'll take Trout. He'll contribute defensive value as a corner outfielder or even designated hitter when his athleticism declines, and he has the discipline to walk 100 plus times per season. On the flip side, guys like Giancarlo Stanton and Aaron Judge might worry you a bit. Could their big bodies break down faster? Would their huge strike zones render them useless if they don't have the bat speed or raw power they had in their 20s? It's speculation, but it's worth keeping in mind. That gives a nice strong list of 4 things to look at: the early start, strikeout rate, general productivity, and ability of their skill set to age. So let's look at our potential challengers for the strikeout record. Ladies, your first suitor is none other than Giancarlo Stanton. Don't call him Mike. Giancarlo is 6'6", has a $325 million contract, and loves long walks on the beach. He'd also be your strikeout king, if he plays his cards right. Alright, enough of that. Stanton absolutely gets a plus grade for his early start. He was just 20 years old when he became an everyday player for the Marlins. His strikeout rate stats are strong as well. He sports a 28% career strikeout rate and nearly broke 30% last season, so he gets a plus grade there. Up next is his productivity. Stanton is one of the league's premier stars, having eclipsed 300 home runs in his age 28 season. That's good for 8th all time. Lastly is how his skill set will age. I'd say it's questionable. Stanton has had injury issues earlier in his career, and that big body might not be conducive to success in his late 30s. We'll give it a maybe. All in all, I would say that Stanton might have the best chance, but let's meet our other contestants. Up next is his teammate, Aaron Judge. Very similar players. Both are freakishly large Yankees corner outfielders that dominate the StatCast exit velocity leaderboards, but Judge does have a big disadvantage in that he didn't become an everyday player until his age 25 season. That's a double minus grade. But what he lacks in strikeout experience, he may make up for in strikeout rate. He currently sports an astronomical 31.7% career strikeout rate. That's nearly a third of his plate appearances, a double plus rating for that. He has to remain productive while striking out though. And so far, he has. Judge burst onto the scene with a monster 2017 campaign, where he finished second in MVP voting to Jose Altuve, and he still managed to rack up a league-leading 208 strikeouts. Judge is one of the league's premier stars, and a strikeout machine. Longevity could be a problem, though. Pretty much everything I said about Stanton applies to Judge, so I'll leave it as a neutral rating now to be safe. Keep in mind, this is really hard to project. Next up is Bryce Harper. Ever heard of him? He made his debut at 19 years, 195 days old, so he gets a huge bonus for his early start. Plus. His strikeout rate, however, isn't so clear. He has struck out in 21.1% of his career plate appearances, which isn't particularly confidence-inspiring. But in 2018, he struck out 24.3% of the time. If he can maintain a rate more like that, he'll have a better shot. But for now, I'm leaving him with a minus. As far as productivity, Bryce Harper's about as divisive as it gets. Detractors will point out to his 1.3 BWAR in his final year with the Nats, as well as an inconsistent track record apart from his 2015 MVP campaign. Supporters will simply note that he's been one of the league's premier hitters ever since he hit the scene in 2012. I tend to believe that Harper is a legitimate superstar, and we'll give him a plus grade here. I also like his longevity. Want to know why? The Phillies just committed to paying him until he's 39. They might as well use him. Wait, what's that sound? Michael Nelson Trout, the Millville Meteor. He's good, right? Trout, like Harper, made his debut at 19, but he didn't get the full season workload until age 20, so he just gets a plus there. Trout's strikeout rate sits at 21.2% for his career, but it has fluctuated quite a bit from season to season. Back in 2014, Mike Trout struck out 26.1% of the time and walked 11.8% of the time. He also won MVP. He then decided that he'd like to strike out less and walk more, so he continued to drop those rates year after year after year after year. You get the picture. Trout's no strikeout machine. Next up is his productivity. Has Mike Trout been productive? And finally, we project his longevity. Let's see, he's the best hitter in baseball. He'll play corner outfield in his older years. Yeah, he'll be fine. Trout is really a longevity play here. It's going to take a lot of plate appearances to get him close, but it's still possible. Hey, do you know who is kind of the opposite of Mike Trout in this strikeout race? How about Joey Gallo? Gallo debuted at age 21, but he didn't get a full season of playing time until his age 23 season, so we have to dock him there. But then we get to his strikeout rate. Mr. Joseph Gallo is a strikeout deity. He makes Adam Dunn look like Juan Pierre. Seriously, 37.6% of his plate appearances are strikeouts. 37.6%. He's off my strikeout spectrum. Is he productive? Depends on who you ask. He has been good for about 115 WRC plus and 2 to 3 wins above replacement in these past 2 seasons, but his strikeouts have him teetering on the edge of usability at times, even on a team like the Rangers. I'd say he's productive, but not nearly as productive as the names mentioned, so we'll give him a minus. And then there's longevity. How will his skill set age? I'm going to hazard a guess and say not gracefully. Adam Dunn had an excellent career, but he played his last game at age 34. Gallo may last a little bit longer, but I doubt he'll be pushing 40 like some of these guys may. Another minus. That leads us to our last contender, but ironically, our last contender also has a chance to break Reggie Jackson's record before any of these guys. He doesn't seem like an obvious pick, but I'd like to bring up Justin Upton. Upton absolutely gets props for an early start, with a cup of coffee at age 19 and regular playing time at age 20. His career strikeout rate is 25.3%, but he's just posted 3 consecutive seasons with at least a 28% rate. That gives him 1,720 strikeouts for his career, which puts him 33rd all-time, and less than 900 away from Reggie Jackson. And he's only 31. If his next 5 seasons go like his last 5 seasons, he'll get there. But that's a big if. Productivity is there. He posted great seasons in 2017 and 2018, as he is shown to be a solid corner outfielder with 30 home run pop. The longevity, however, it's questionable. Upton is good, but not a superstar, and he's starting 2019 with a turf toe injury. The waters are murky here. It wouldn't surprise me if he played until he was 39, but it also wouldn't surprise me if he was out of the league in just a few short years. The runners are at their marks. The number to beat is 2,597. Now all I have to do is boot up Out of the Park Baseball and simulate some seasons. A change just occurred. You might not have felt it, but I know I did. We just left our real, concrete baseball world and entered the hypothetical. Whatever happens here has no bearing on real life, but it can help us understand what the strikeout leaderboard could look like. Oh, I don't know, 15 years from now? Out of the Park Baseball is a game that I feature on this channel from time to time. It's an in-depth manager and GM simulator similar to Football Manager. It's basically just spreadsheet baseball for nerds. It's also a good tool for simulating the next few years of baseball, so I'm going to boot up a save on the default settings and do just that. 2 things I'd like to note. 1, this isn't an ad for Out of the Park Baseball, and 2, the game starts with Justin Upton injured just like he is in real life. Bam! The 2021 season just ended. Justin Upton has 2,182 strikeouts now, but his career is in decline. Reggie Jackson is within sight, but perhaps more impressive is the performance of Giancarlo Stanton, who has averaged about 200 strikeouts per season over the last 3 seasons. He also plays for the Rays now. That doesn't seem right.
Hey, Tristan, you'll never believe who Giancarlo is playing for in 2021.
Yep, 2024, that's my stop. I think Kanye is supposed to be president now. Stanton is just a prolific swing and misser in this save, posting 200 plus strikeout seasons with ease. I don't think he'll do the same in real life, but my simulation has him breaking the record at the tail end of his age 34 season, which is coincidentally the same age where Justin Upton's career is cut short. Sorry, J-Up. Better luck in the next alternate universe. Harper enters the race at this point, as he currently sits at 23rd all-time. Also, Mike Trout has the most patriotic strikeout total possible. Gallo is surging, but he hit 181 in 2024. He probably doesn't have much longer. 2027 ends. If the Earth hasn't been vaporized, I'm sure we'll still be playing baseball. Stanton has broken 3,000, Judge has led the league in strikeouts for the past 5 seasons, Trout and Harper are still cruising, Gallo is done, Stanton is the king for now, but is he done? Oh, I'm being told that he'll play one last game. He steps up to the plate, and, well, what'd you expect? Nonetheless, he retires with 649 career home runs. Now let's take it to the very end. We've gone 4 more seasons to the conclusion of 2031. Bryce Harper retires at the end of his contract, signifying the end of our little experiment. In the end, Stanton, Judge, and Harper are able to eclipse Reggie Jackson, but Stanton is crowned as the true king of striking out. A job well done in my mind. And like all simulations, I'm sure this will turn out to be 100% accurate. That being said, I'm also curious to hear what you guys have to say. Do you think one of these players will take over the strikeout crown? And which one? And why? Is there a potential candidate you think I missed? Please let me know, either in the comments or you can tweet me at FoolishBB. And now it's my turn to let you know about SeatGeek. SeatGeek is an app that makes ticket buying ridiculously easy. Do you plan on catching a game this season? SeatGeek has you covered. They rate each deal on a scale of 1 to 10 and
excuse me, SB Nation already did
the
this
police.
one.
SB Nation did it
Sir,
first, and we have the house surrounded.
You, sir.
John,
Sir, how
boys.
dare you?
Aroldis Chapman and Mariano Rivera. 2 special closing pitchers. One is perhaps the hardest throwing hurler of all time, while the other is, quite simply, the finest reliever in baseball history. When you're a pitcher of this caliber, you will undoubtedly be put into some high-leverage situations, and no situation is more jam-packed with pressure than the 9th inning of Game 7 of the World Series, where exhausting journeys that began in February end in either triumph or heartbreak. In this video, we will be examining Game 7 of the 2001 World Series between the Yankees and Diamondbacks, as well as Game 7 of the 2016 World Series between the Indians and Cubs. And while I can go ahead and spoil it for you by saying that Chapman will succeed in forcing extra innings, while Rivera will experience the greatest failure of his Hall of Fame career, that's not actually the point of this episode of Baseball Bits. This is a study beyond the simple notions of success and failure. It is to demonstrate how good pitching doesn't always lead to good outcomes, and how bad pitching isn't always punished. The year is 2001. Game 7 of the World Series, bottom of the 9th. The New York Yankees are trying to close out the Arizona Diamondbacks and secure their 4th consecutive title. It seems likely that the Evil Empire would hold the upper hand throughout their quest to defeat an expansion team in just its 4th year of existence, but they weren't always ahead in this best-of-7 showdown. The Diamondbacks had surged to a 2-0 lead on the backs of an incredible starting pitching tandem, Randy Johnson and Curt Schilling, but the Yankees came storming back, grabbing the next 3 in front of their home fans. This streak of success produced some of the most memorable moments of the series, particularly those of the hapless Byung-Hyun Kim, who twice surrendered 9th-inning leads to the Bronx Bombers. Arizona, however, would thrash the Yankees 15-2 in Game 6, leading us to the penultimate clash, winner take all. The Yankees grabbed their 1-run lead in the 8th thanks to this solo home run by Alfonso Soriano, and with Mariano Rivera pitching a strong bottom half of that inning, the game was in the best hands possible for the Yankees going into the 9th. Perhaps the most impressive aspect of Rivera's 19 years of dominance was the sheer predictability of his repertoire. He threw a cut fastball 90 to 95% of the time. As great as it was against right-handed hitters, the pitch absolutely ate lefties. With Mark Grace at the plate, Mo wants to do what he always does, throw a cutter inside with a late break right on the hands. So he does just that.
Spencer and right. Into center field, a good start for Arizona. Grace with his 3rd hit.
A single up the middle. Grace gets under the ball, but just muscles it over the infield. We, of course, have no StatCast at the time, but I'm heavily guesstimating that the exit velocity of this single would be somewhere in the 70s based on this video comparison of a similarly hit ball. With Mark Grace pinch ran for, the next man up, Damian Miller, will attempt to bunt him over. That seems like a Herculean task against a pitcher like Rivera. It's very hard to bunt a pitch that is up and in on you, and that is basically Rivera's MO. The ball dribbles towards Rivera, he fields it cleanly, and E1. Hey, this is a pitching video after all, not a fielding one. Rivera is a little off target, and a then hobbled Jeter can't quite make the stretch. It's the right pitch to force an ineffective bunt, but the execution on defense just isn't there. Now I'm going to do something jarring, so I hope you'll all stick with me. We're going to put this game on pause and fast forward 15 years. Aroldis Chapman finds himself in a different position from Rivera. True, he, like Rivera, is coming back out to pitch the 9th inning after having already appeared in the 8th, but things didn't go so smooth for him last time around. So, Chapman isn't trying to close a game out, he's merely trying to prevent disaster. Allowing a run here crushes the Cubs' dreams of reversing their 108-year-long curse. Although we know how this story ends, let's build up the tension. Aroldis Chapman, having already blown the lead, is somehow returning to the mound to get the most important 3 outs of his life, and he is absolutely exhausted, having thrown 83 pitches in the last 3 games, not to mention the toll of the entire season. Now, a workhorse starting pitcher would scoff at that, but workhorse starting pitchers don't throw 101 consistently. Well, you know, except for...
Swing and a miss, he blew him away at 101!
The good news is, however, that I'm a fully qualified lifeguard. No, I haven't been trained in the signs of actual drowning, but I do know when a pitcher is holding on for dear life. In Chapman's case, the 3 warning signs would be pitches way out of the strike zone, leaning on his off-speed stuff, and not throwing triple digits. If he's doing those, then he's definitely out of gas and needs to be thrown the life preserver. Let's see how he pitches to Carlos Santana. First pitch is a slider. His main secondary pitch, yes, I know that's an oxymoron. He only threw it 15% of the time in 2016, so it catches Santana off guard even though it's right down the middle. Pitch number 2 is a slider again. And pitch number 3 is, another slider. Can we please try a fastball? Oh, get out of the pool, everybody, out of the pool! Okay, let me collect myself. After another fastball, this time for a strike, we're on to a full count. Let's see what his out pitch is. A hanging slider right down the middle on a 3-2 count to a really good hitter. This pitch should have been crushed. I'm dead serious. Santana's reaction after the contact is made says it all. He could have been the hero, but he just got under it. one batter away, but Chapman's not even fit to be in this game. When we last left Mariano Rivera, he'd gotten himself into quite a pickle. A softly hit single and a missed connection with teammate Derek Jeter had left him with 2 runners on and 0 outs. The good news is that's about to change, as Jay Bell tests his luck with a bunt. Rivera comes screaming off the mound and makes the force at third. Successful play, right? Something finally goes Rivera's way? Wrong. Because the hitter, Jay Bell, is here when Rivera fields the ball, and he's here when the throw to third baseman Scott Brocious is made. But Brocious doesn't gear up for any throw to first base. The result is a huge missed opportunity. Rivera believed it was a double play all the way, and so did his manager, Joe Torre. The next batter is pinch hitter Tony Womack, who should be the biggest gimme of the inning. Remember how I said Mariano dominated lefties due to the inside action of his cutter? It's true. He ran what are called reverse splits, meaning that he was actually better against lefties than righties, which is unusual for a right-handed pitcher. And then there's the lowly Tony Womack, a good asset for his positional versatility and base stealing, but a good hitter he is not, sporting a 66 WRC plus on the season. Rivera traps him in a 2-2 count, catcher Jorge Posada positions his glove for the inside pitch, and the unthinkable happens. Tony Womack has done what seemingly no left-handed batter could do, and that's turn on the inside pitch from Mo Rivera and rip it down the line for a double. The score is now 2-2, and with runners on second and third, the Diamondbacks are in position to pull off the upset of a century, forcing a blown save from the greatest closing pitcher of all time, someone who sported a preposterous .70 ERA in the postseason. This is a classic factoid, but for those who haven't heard it, more men have walked on the face of the moon than score an earned run off Mariano Rivera in the playoffs. Oh, and please don't forget that the winning run, which sits squarely on third base, probably shouldn't even be there. Scott Brocious, you doomed us all! Oh, hey, look, it's Jason Kipnis again. Anyways, let's get back to the signs of drowning. Now, one thing that stood out to me was that 4 of Chapman's 6 pitches to the previous hitter, Carlos Santana, were sliders. We don't want to see that. A power pitcher like Chapman needs faith in his fastball, so what will he start with? A hanging slider. Much like the last pitch to Santana, this one is just asking for trouble. We saw Mariano hit Jorge Posada's spot on the Tony Womack double, so look where Cubs catcher Miguel Montero sets up initially. Chapman isn't even close. Pitch number 2, a slider again. Location isn't bad, Kipnis just doesn't bite.
It's in the air to right, down the line, and hooking foul.
A heart-stopping moment for Cubs fans, I'm sure. Kipnis jumps on another hanging slider and is very close to being extra bases. The at-bat stretches itself to 3-2, making it our second full count in the inning. Kipnis fights off yet another slider to extend his chances, so Montero and Chapman finally brainstorm to throw another fastball. You know, the pitch that Aroldis Chapman normally throws 80% of the time. Montero sets up low and outside, Chapman throws it high and inside, and Kipnis ends up swinging at ball 4. Somehow, there are 2 outs in the inning, but with the young superstar Francisco Lindor up next, it'll take more luck to get out of the inning unscathed. Mariano Rivera is in big trouble. With runners at second and third and just 1 out, he currently doesn't have the ability to force the double play ball, and is just 1 successful sacrifice away from losing the World Series. Up next is current Brewers manager Craig Counsell, and although this may seem like an intentional walk situation, he will be pitched to out of fear of the man on deck, who we will get to in a moment. If Rivera can somehow get Counsell out, he will have the freedom to either intentionally walk the man on deck, skipping him completely, or pitch to him with the knowledge that the sacrifice has been taken away. And when Rivera forces a foul tip, he has put himself in position to do just that. In baseball, throwing a first pitch strike greatly changes the expected outcome of any given plate appearance. In Rivera's career, plate appearances that continued after a 1-0 count resulted in a .322 on-base percentage for the opposing hitter, which is around what the league averages every year. After an 0-1 count, however, that number plummets down to .219. Add in Rivera's dominance against lefties, and there are going to have to be some real shenanigans to get Craig Counsell on base. The pitch runs inside on Counsell, but in the process of avoiding it, he actually makes himself a bigger target. If he doesn't move as the pitch comes in, it won't hit him. This is Craig Counsell as the ball is released, This is where the ball is going, and this is how his gearing up motion actually leads to the hit by pitch. I wouldn't call it leaning into the pitch, which is an offense that results in a ball, not a free base, but it's shenanigans nonetheless, and it brings up Luis Gonzalez. Man on tag now in the batter's box. You know where this is going, but I'd like to take this time to do some quick facts about Luis Gonzalez in a segment I'm calling Quick Facts About Luis Gonzalez. Fact number 1, he hit 57 home runs in 2001. Fact number 2, he finished third in NL MVP voting behind Bonds and Sosa, who hit 73 and 64 home runs respectively. Fact number 3, like Bonds and Sosa, Luis Gonzalez has had his name thrown around with a lot of steroid rumors. That doesn't make him guilty, but, well, you know. Fact number 4, he's a left-handed batter. What does Mariano Rivera want to do against left-handed batters? He wants to break bats. Look, here's a clip of him against Ryan Klesko in the 1999 World Series. First pitch, bat broken. Not a clean break, but rendered unusable. Needs a new one. Pitch 2, completely shattered. Pitch 3, completely shattered. Strike 1. The odds tilt in Rivera's favor. The infield is in for a double play. Then comes the penultimate pitch. Listen to that sound. Ladies and gentlemen, that is not the sound of a ball being barreled. That is a ball cracking Luis Gonzalez's bat. If the at-bat continues, Luis Gonzalez will need a new bat. However, the at-bat will not continue, because while Mariano Rivera gets exactly what he wants, so does Luis Gonzalez.
The Indians got it. Now Lindor pops it into right. And with this, Game 7 is going to the town. This is going to be a tough play.
I guess that's why they still play the games. Hey, thank you all for watching this episode of Baseball Bits. If you aren't caught up on the series, you can check out the playlist from here. Otherwise, if you want to keep up with what I do, go ahead and throw me a sub or a Twitter follow. I'll see you all next episode. What would a perfect inning look like from a pitcher's perspective? Some would say 3 quick pitches, 3 quick outs. Others would point to an immaculate inning, which is 9 consecutive strikes to sit down the side. The latter feat has only been accomplished 93 times in MLB history, but it's becoming increasingly common due to rising strikeout rates.
Swing and a miss, strike 3. He swung at a high fastball out of the strike zone, up and away. And Pedro Martinez, for the 4th time this year, K's the side, and this time he does it on 9 pitches.
2017 alone, a record 8 pitchers recorded immaculate innings. To put that into perspective, it took nearly 30 years for the first 8 immaculate innings to be tossed. That being said, the inning I'm talking about today is from Justin Verlander, who I will argue tossed the finest inning ever pitched in an otherwise nondescript Detroit Tigers loss to the Cleveland Indians in May of 2012. It doesn't fit the 3 pitches, 3 outs criteria, nor is it an immaculate inning. It's 11 pitches in total, 2 of which were balls, but all of which were fueled by white-hot rage. So how can I argue that Justin Verlander's inning was the most dominant? Watching the film of it alone might convince you, but once we dig further into the data, we'll find that Verlander's inning wasn't just impeccable, it was impossible. I promise you that I can prove it, but you need to give me the time to explain some terminology. Otherwise, things could get complicated. If you want to just skip to the first pitch, go to the time listed. This is a triple-digit fastball in the 8th inning. This is a spin rate that melts faces. This is a curveball that breaks bones. This is Justin Verlander's impossible inning. Spin rate. Spin rate? Spin rate, spin rate, spin rate. Spin rate is baseball's new buzzword ever since the introduction of StatCast in 2015. By looking at a pitcher's spin rate on his 4-seam fastball, front offices have surmised that they can explain why some 95-mile-per-hour fastballs are just plain juicy, while others are nigh unhittable. In fact, this chart in front of you now shows that spin rate has a higher correlation to swing and miss stuff than straight velocity. So what does a good spin rate look like? The league average is about 2,300 RPM, or rotations per minute, This glorious metric can also be improved, as baseball's mad scientist Trevor Bauer, emphasis on mad, has added an extra 100 rotations per minute to his fastball since 2016. As for Justin Verlander, it should be no surprise that the introduction of StatCast spin rate revealed that his is elite. I think one of the joys of spin rate is how easily it explains why great pitchers simply are great pitchers. Verlander's 2018 featured an average 2,618 RPM spin rate on his four-seamer, which was first among starting pitchers. Now you see why Kate Upton loves him. And while Verlander has seen spin rate increases since he joined Houston, his was always elite to begin with in Detroit. Okay, we're almost halfway through the brief history, so I just want to reiterate, if you stick with me, I will show you someone pitching so well that it's actually impossible, okay? I just need a little more time, okay. So how can I know that Verlander's spin rate was already great in Detroit? Remember, Verlander's impossible inning was tossed in 2012, 3 years before StatCast tracking began. Well, before StatCast, there was PitchFX. PitchFX measured velocity the same way that StatCast does, but didn't officially track spin rate. However, PitchFX did use a crude but effective formula to estimate the spin rate of individual pitches. You see, the spin that is put on four-seam fastballs is backspin, which causes the ball to fight against the downward forces of gravity. This is where the term rising fastball comes from. The ball doesn't actually rise, but it does descend slower with this backspin than it would in a vacuum. Thus, more spin is equivalent to more rise, and when I say rise, I'm doing finger quotes. You can't see those, but rise, finger quotes. Anyways, here's a graph of Verlander's vertical movement against a fourth-inning Indians batter on that fateful day in May of 2012. You can see that he's getting about 10 inches of this so-called vertical movement on his four-seamer, labeled in the black, whereas his curveball, labeled in yellow, drops about 7 inches. When you have pitches that end up 10 inches higher or 7 inches lower than they should in a vacuum and they're coming from the same release point, you can see how frustrating that could be for hitters. Even in 2012, pre-StatCast, Verlander was doing this as well as anybody in baseball.
Fatality.
So, by taking the vertical movement and pitch velocity into account, PitchFX can spit out a pretty good spin rate estimation for us. In Verlander's fourth inning, we can see a fastball spin rate in the 2400 RPM range, with an outlier towards 2100. This isn't StatCast, but PitchFX's spin rate estimate is crucial to contextualize what 2012 Verlander did. We're effectively using 2018 analytics to look at something from 2012. In fact, I'll be putting up the estimated spin rate for each Verlander pitch as it's thrown over the course of the video. Of course, this chart is from the fourth inning. Justin Verlander's impossible inning came later in the game. Yes, it was the 8th and final inning of Justin Verlander's start that was the most dominant inning ever thrown. And now that we understand what will happen from a technical perspective, I just want to sum up what Verlander's feeling from an emotional perspective. He's pissed. Royally pissed. He's so pissed that the commentators know it. He's so pissed that the YouTube video of this inning is simply titled, Not Happy JV. The Tigers are trailing 2-1, and Verlander is entering this inning knowing that it's his last, meaning that he will get saddled with a no decision at best. Jacob deGrom faced similar situations multiple times in 2018, but 2012 Verlander will not be keeping his cool. Despite having thrown 106 pitches already, he's going to come out firing like no pitcher ever has before, or since. Your first batter to the plate is Shin-Soo Choo, a very productive hitter and 2018 All-Star with the Rangers. He would finish with an impressive 3.6 BWAR in 2012, but couldn't do anything to help his team win in this particular plate appearance.
Lloyd, who is the acting manager here today, feels like this is the best opportunity for the Tigers to win this game.
Swing and a miss by Choo.
Verlander's first pitch is, as expected, a four-seam fastball. It goes right down the middle at 96 miles per hour, which is backed up by both the radar gun and PitchFX, but Choo swings and misses. Why is that? How about a cool 2,746 RPM spin rate? If we refer to our previous chart, that puts this pitch squarely in the red, which I will now refer to as Whiff City. Now let's load pitch number 2.
So taking over after Leland was ejected, swing and a miss again.
Verlander rears back and launches another four-seamer, this time just a tad higher, but still well in the strike zone. Choo swings and misses again. This one comes in at 97 miles per hour, which is already significantly faster than Verlander's average fastball velocity, which was 94.9 in 2012. Did I mention that this is pitch number 108 for him on the day? He's just getting loosened up. Oh, and that spin rate. If he breaks 2,800 RPM, he'll be off the chart. He's now on the outskirts of Whiff City.
2. Almost hit him.
2,977 rotations per minute. I just checked the chart, and well, we're well into uncharted territory now. Only 3 pitchers, all of them relievers, managed to throw at least 2 four-seam fastballs with a higher spin rate than this in all of 2018. One of them was Josh Hader. And even then, none of them threw as hard as Verlander on this pitch, which registered 99 on the gun and just over 100 on my PitchFX spreadsheet. I don't even care that it's a ball. The pitch is just absurd. In fact, dare I say, impossible. And I say this to reiterate, there's no direct measurement that can tell us this fastball is actually a 3,000 RPM aberration. But the pitch absolutely behaves as one in terms of its velocity and rising action. The hitter certainly won't know the difference. Speaking of hitter, I've had enough of Shin-Soo Choo. I think Verlander would agree.
Brought a lot of energy to that spot. Got it.
Verlander sits down his first batsman with another heater, this time back down to a 2,600 RPM spin rate. This places him squarely back in Whiff City, and Choo does just that on this pitch right out of the zone. Now it's time for our next victim, hitter, Jason Kipnis, another good player. He would deliver a stellar 3.9 B-WAR season in 2012 before making his first All-Star game in 2013. And Verlander already has strike 1 on him. He delivers this one at 98 once again, and with an eerily similar spin rate. In fact, that 2,618 represents his average spin rate in the year 2018. This will, of course, leave us firmly entrenched in Whiff City. Now we're on to pitch number 6 of the inning and number 112 of the afternoon.
Swing and a miss.
Yep, that's the 100-mile-per-hour barrier being firmly broken. Pitch number 3 might have done it, but pitch number 6 definitely did, with PitchFX and the stadium radar gun both flashing triple digits. At this point, our beloved commentators have picked up on the fact that they are witnessing something special, and that it's all being fueled by Verlander's rage.
Verlander not happy right now. He is not happy. He is angry. 100 miles an hour on that last fastball.
Hey, do you want to know how many starting pitchers have hit triple digits in the 8th inning or later since 2008? Thanks to Baseball Savant, I can tell you. It's 6 pitchers, starting with Luis Severino, who did it once, Garrett Cole, who did it twice, Noah Syndergaard and Nathan Eovaldi, who have each done it thrice, followed by James Paxton, who has done it a whopping 4 times, and then finally, it's Justin Verlander, who has done it. What? Whoa, Justin! Save some for the rest of us.
Swing and a miss. He blew him away at 101.
101! We were just gushing over 100, and he drops 101 on us like it's nothing. Hey, do you want to know how many starting pitchers have thrown 101 miles per hour in the 8th inning or later since, 2008 again? Only one. It's Justin Verlander, and he's done it 16 times. Only Justin Verlander can do this. Justin Verlander, you are impossible. And Jason Kipnis, you are out. This brings up our third, and as you may have guessed, final hitter of Justin Verlander's impossible inning. Now, Asdrubal Cabrera was an all-star in 2012. Who cares? I want to see what Verlander does next. Bam! 100 miles per hour for the called strike. The 3rd time he has broken triple digits this inning. His spin rate is well over 2,700. Cabrera doesn't stand a chance and doesn't even offer at the pitch. I just want to see if he can get back up to 101 again.
The Minnesota Twins are tuned into this game about right now because they play tonight.
Oh, it's not what I expected at all, but I'm still super into it. Whew. After all that fastball fanfare, Verlander throws both a figurative and literal curveball. We don't have to look at the velocity or spin rate to know it was filthy, but you can see from the strike zone plot just how well located it was. The fastballs are unhittable as is, but once you introduce this curveball into the mix, Verlander ascends to another level in this at-bat. It doesn't matter that he's facing good hitters. It doesn't matter that all of them are left-handed and thus hold the platoon advantage. He is set out to embarrass them. They can't even foul these pitches off, and now he's going to follow up this nasty curve with a life-affirming heater.
Enjoy yourself in Minnesota, Verlander. The 0-2. 102. I told you he's angry.
102. 102. I gotta tell you guys, I've said about 2,000 words in this video, and only now am I at a complete loss for them. It's just beyond the pale. For someone to throw 102 miles per hour on their 116th pitch of an outing should be impossible, and to have it somehow be forgotten or become a footnote is frustrating for me. Honestly, how many of you were aware of this inning and this particular feat before watching this video? Let me know in the comments, but I think I'm showing you something somewhat esoteric. It's like I've seen a UFO in person, and I'm desperately presenting someone the grainy footage in the hopes that they'll validate my sighting. That's what watching Justin Verlander pitch in this 8th inning makes me feel like. It's as if my entire reality has been broken. How can this be possible? I'm convinced that there's only one other pitcher in baseball history who could have possibly matched this feat, and it's Nolan Ryan, who we have no such data for. But for Justin Verlander to do it, and for it to be backed up by both PitchFX and the Stadium Radar gun, is soul-crushing in a way. Like I said, he's pissed. He's giving it his all, and it just won't matter. The Detroit Tigers will lose this game, and Verlander, having surrendered 2 runs earlier, will take the loss. The 2012 Tigers, fronted by eventual Cy Young winners like Verlander, Scherzer, and Porcello, with an offense led by Triple Crown winner Miguel Cabrera and slugger Prince Fielder, will battle their way to the World Series only to get swept by the San Francisco Giants. This Tigers core never won a championship, and it will take Verlander moving to Houston after 13 years in Detroit to ultimately acquire a ring. In a way, the entire thing is a gross injustice, but the legacy of this inning lives on, and I'm happy to be the one to finally immortalize it. This series of 3 batters, which occurred on May 24, 2012, in the 8th inning of a regular season game against the Indians that few actually cared about, is the finest inning ever thrown. And that was just...
This episode of Baseball Bits is brought to you by The Athletic. For the best baseball coverage you can find, use my link at theathletic.com/foolishbaseball for a 30-day free trial, as well as 50% off your annual subscription. On November 12, 2019, Ken Rosenthal and Evan Drellick of The Athletic dropped a bomb excuse me. Can you knock it off? The Athletic dropped a bombshell that would shape the narrative of the entire Major League Baseball offseason. In their home games, the 2017 World Series champion Houston Astros had used an electronic system to steal signs from opposing catchers and communicate them to their hitters in real time. Speaking of The Athletic, here's something convenient. We're actually partnered up for this episode of Baseball Bits. You can use my link at theathletic.com/foolishbaseball for a 30-day free trial and 50% off your annual subscription. Now, sign stealing in itself isn't against any rules. There's a reason teams use a complicated sign system to begin with. If your signs can be figured out without electronic assistance, you're at a huge disadvantage. But using technology is against the rules, and as detailed in the Rosenthal-Drellick article, a feed from a camera in center field fixed on the opposing catcher's signs was hooked up to a television monitor that was placed on a wall steps from the team's home dugout at Minute Maid Park. From there, Astros players and employees would decode the catcher's signs. Once they cracked the code, they used something a bit more primitive than a real-time video feed to signal the upcoming pitch to their hitters. They banged on a trash can to signal off-speed or breaking pitches. Here's an example. August 2nd, Steve Cishek pitching to Jake Marisnik. First pitch, no bang, fastball. Second pitch, bang, slider. Third pitch, no bang, fastball. Fourth pitch,
Astros had lefty off.
Bang, slider. Fifth pitch, no bang, fastball. Sixth pitch,
5 RBI.
Bang, slider. Seventh pitch, bang, slider. Marisnik finally pops out. You get the gist. This isn't the first instance of technology-based sign stealing. In 1876, the Hartford Dark Blues perched a man on a telegraph pole to alert hitters of the newly invented curveball. The 1951 Giants, managed by spymaster Leo DeRocher, used a telescope and buzzer to steal signals, and the 2017 Red Sox were fined for using smartwatches in a 3-game series against the Yankees. But the Astros system was different, because it was now plainly available for everyone to see. Or maybe I should say, available for everyone to hear. The trash can bangs were audible on broadcasts that are available on this very website. In the months since the story broke, Internet detectives, regular baseball fans like you and I, have been documenting every shred of evidence possible to sink the now despised Houston Astros. And with that, this story published by two great baseball writers for The Athletic suddenly became a huge group project for everyone in the baseball community. Here's everything we have learned so far. Here's the timeline. Early in the 2017 season, at least two uniformed Astros got together to start the process. One was a hitter who was struggling at the plate and had benefited from sign stealing with the previous team, according to club sources. Another was a coach who wanted to help. When the banging started isn't 100% clear. I watched the footage from opening day against the Mariners and heard some suspicious thuds. I wasn't alone in this, yet nothing conclusive. In an article we'll talk about a little bit later, Rob Arthur of Baseball Prospectus pinpointed well-defined signals starting on May 19th against the Indians. Perhaps the system took some calibrating to get just right. As far as the setup goes, we know there was a camera installed in center field that could pick up the opposing catcher's hand signals. You feed that video to a tunnel near the dugout, and baby, you got a sign-stealing system going. So, from May 19th onward, there's consistent banging going on.
Line shot. That's a play.
In my experiences, having watched the tape, it was more noticeable later in the season, particularly in games played in August and September. We'll look at those soon, but the story doesn't just end at the conclusion of the 2017 regular season. Obviously, a lot of attention has been turned to the 2017 playoffs, where the Astros won their franchise's first ever World Series. Could you imagine if there were audible trash can banging on that stage? Well, there isn't. Yet, if the Astros believed this system was worthwhile, they could have gone for alternatives. After all, a trash can banging might not cut it in a loud playoff atmosphere. Some have theorized that whistling patterns in the crowd may play a role. Once again, we'll talk about it later. The following season, Jeff Passan, then reporting for Yahoo, wrote that the Indians, who fell victim to the Astros in the 2017 ALDS, had warned the Red Sox that Houston might try to steal signs from them in the upcoming American League Championship Series. How did they suspect this? They had a photograph of a man named Kyle McLaughlin aiming a cell phone into Cleveland's dugout during the loss that ended their season. And although McLaughlin has never been listed as an Astros employee, he does have ties to the club, as he can be seen here posing with Astros owner Jim Crane. This was the first inkling that something was fishy with the 2017 Astros, and the last paragraph of that article featured this interesting sentence. Two Major League players said they have witnessed the Astros hitting a trash can in the dugout in recent years and believe it is a way to relay signals to hitters. Talk about burying the lead. Fast forward to exactly 1 year later, and Andy Martino of SNY reported that the Yankees noticed a whistling sound from the Astros dugout during Game 1 of the 2019 ALCS. They believe this whistling was part of a sign-stealing system. On November 12th, a couple weeks after the Astros were defeated by the Nationals in Game 7 of the World Series, Ken Rosenthal and Evan Drellich published their landmark article, which confirmed the previously held suspicions about the Astros and sign stealing, at least in the 2017 regular season, that is. There were a couple key figures who came forward with their experiences. The first was current A's pitcher Mike Fiers. Yeah, that's real facial hair. That's the face of the man who may have sunk the Astros. Fiers was an Astro in 2017, and he confirmed that Houston stole signs during home games in real time with the aid of a camera positioned in the outfield. The other key party in this article is an opponent, former MLB pitcher Danny Harcore, who was pitching in relief for the White Sox at the time. There was a banging in the dugout, almost like a bat hitting the bat rack every time a changeup signal got put down, he said. After the third one, I stepped off. I was throwing some really good changeups and they were getting fouled off. After the third bang, I stepped off. 4 days later, after publishing their article, Rosenthal and Drellich followed up by sharing an August 2017 email from an Astros front office executive. In the email, the unnamed executive writes, "One thing in specific we are looking for is picking up signs coming out of the dugout. What we are looking for is how much we can see, how we would log things, if we need cameras / binoculars, etc. So go to a game, see what you can or can't do, and report back your findings." But I'd like to get back to Harcore, because his first-hand account of the trash can banging is what caused members of the baseball community to spring into action and document the sign-stealing system with the help of MLB's broadcast footage. The Athletic certainly did some heavy lifting, but the story was in the hands of the public now, and what happened next is fascinating. The Athletic presented the Farquhar incident through the written word, but it was time for video to tell the story. Enter John Boy Media. What was the first thing you did after you read the article from The Athletic?
Kind of chuckled because the rumors had been going on for so long that someone actually officially said it, especially someone as official as Ken Rosenthal, and then took to the internet to see what people were saying, and then figured we could easily find what Farquhar was talking about. Found the footage from that specific game that he had mentioned in the article.
I found the footage. Let's watch it. Here we go. But he takes the changeup. Now, Farquhar looking good. Let's see. Fastball, no bang at all. Takes it. Call for the changeup. Bang, bang. And Farquhar steps off and says, "Can you hear it?" He's like, "Hey, they got the f***ing signs. We got to change this." So he goes on. This is super upsetting.
Shortly after the news broke, John Boy scrambled to create this video in less than 30 minutes. He titled it, "Astros Using Cameras to Steal Signs, a Breakdown." It currently has 2.2 million hits on YouTube and 4.1 million on Twitter. And there it was, the cheating system put on full display. Major League Baseball does a weird thing on YouTube, and that weird thing was unknown to many until this story broke. Since 2009, every single MLB.TV game can be found on YouTube. That, of course, includes every Astros home game in its entirety. It's all out there. When you uploaded this breakdown in particular, did you know you had like another big viral video, or is it kind of harder to predict what's going to pop off and what won't?
I knew it would be interesting. I didn't know it was going to be as big as it was. Now that I look back at it, I'm like, of course it was. But I thought it was going to be similar to the Glass Now one that I had posted about him tipping pitches in the playoffs, where it was super interesting and detailed. So like I didn't realize it was going to have more legs than maybe the article itself did, because I was just supporting the article.
The Athletic toppled the first domino, John Boy the second, and the race to find other instances of trash can banging was on. Suddenly, 2017 Astros home games began appearing in everyone's YouTube recommended box. You can click on any random game and see dozens and dozens of comments with timestamps for every thud. The day after the story broke, a giant mega post on the baseball subreddit cropped up, making note of suspicious activity throughout both the 2017 regular season and playoffs. Other YouTubers got in on the action as well, with a couple long compilations of the sign stealing garnering around 1 million combined views. It was as if the internet was conducting its own investigation alongside Major League Baseball. John Boy also returned to Twitter to post a clip from a 2017 Astros documentary showing the alleged setup near the dugout. At this point, much of the trash can banging had been documented, but I couldn't help but wonder if I too could play the role of internet detective. I hopped into Baseball Savant and looked for Astros home runs in home games late in the season. One of the results was a curveball hit by George Springer off Chris Flexen of the Mets. I found the game in question, skipped ahead to the pitch in question, and saw this. Wow, that's really bad. That's hard to watch. After the trash can system had been confirmed, plenty of attention was turned to the 2017 playoffs. So let's talk about some things that we don't know. We don't have complete evidence of alternative systems used by the Astros to relay signs to their hitters, particularly in the 2017 playoffs. John Boy shared some work done by someone named Rafael Garcia, who isolated higher frequencies in audio from the 2017 World Series. Higher frequencies like someone whistling in the crowd. The video suggested that different types of whistles from the crowd corresponded with different pitch types from the Dodgers. Yet, in the interest of fairness, this whistling analysis remains just a theory. In fact, a YouTuber named Tony Adams, who does admit to being an Astros fan, ran his own analysis of the charge whistle in Game 5 and found basically zero correlation between the whistle and the action on the field. By the way, you can find links to everyone's work in the video's description. Meanwhile, MLB infielder Trevor Plouffe hopped on Twitter to tell the world that the Astros relayed pitch calls to a bullpen catcher who did hand signs to communicate to whoever was standing in the batter's box. You had a chance to talk with Trevor Plouffe on your podcast, Talkin' Baseball. Will you, right now, vouch for Trevor Plouffe's character? Can we as a nation trust Trevor Plouffe?
Trevor Plouffe for president.
Okay.
Plouffe's a great guy. He's actually joined the John Boy Media team a little bit. We plan on doing a lot of things with him in the future, and he was a joy and a blast to chop it up with.
On top of all this, Joel Sherman of the New York Post reported that some MLB scouts and executives believed the Astros communicated signs via a realistic-looking electronic bandage that buzzed to indicate pitch types. Buzzing bandages! Another thing we're not sure about, whether this cheating system continued into 2018 or 2019, or whether it was deployed at any time before 2017. We also don't know if there was a sign stealing system used in road games. And finally, the last thing we don't know is probably the most important. We don't know the identities of the uniformed Astros that devised the system. We don't know if every player was involved, and we don't know which coaches, front office executives, or even owners knew of these activities. So, as of right now, we know a lot, but there's still plenty to be uncovered. There's another important question, one that can be answered with some good old-fashioned baseball analysis, and the results are pretty shocking. If the Astros hitters knew the type of pitch that was coming in home games, how much did that information actually help them? So, it's simple. We just compare the strikeout rate of the 2016 Astros to the 2017 Astros in Minute Maid Park, right? In 2017, they were the team that struck out the least at home. The previous season, they struck out the third most among all home teams in baseball. A huge reversal. That has to be it, right? Knowing the pitch that's coming leads to way fewer strikeouts, and thus a huge advantage. I, personally, really disagree with this type of analysis. For one, the 2016 Astros were just different. Alex Bregman and Yuli Gurriel only played in the majors for a small portion of 2016, but were huge contributors the following season. 2016 Colby Rasmus was also upgraded to 2017 Josh Reddick, and Marwin Gonzalez, who had been a meh hitter up to that point, went absolutely ballistic that season. The Astros were a far more potent offense in 2017, that's for certain, but that doesn't prove that sign stealing was the only reason why they succeeded. The logical thing would be to compare the 2017 Astros home games to road games. After all, we're certain that this system was in work at home, but haven't really come across definitive proof of cheating in away games. Here's the 2017 Astros at home again. Those numbers are fantastic. Surely they weren't that good on the road. And yet, they actually were. In fact, they scored more runs on the road than they did at home that season. A huge narrative of their 2017 season was just how good they were away from Minute Maid Park. These aren't the results one would expect from a team that allegedly knew what pitches were coming in home games. There has to be something here. I asked myself what situations would be most beneficial for Astros hitters to know the upcoming pitch, and landed on curveballs, changeups, and sliders below the zone with 2 strikes. I did find a difference in swing and miss rate, but not a huge one. Rob Arthur of Baseball Prospectus did some really important research on the 2017 Astros. By analyzing audio signatures from the broadcasts, he determined that the system was fully deployed somewhere around May 19th and observed a lowered swing rate on pitches outside of the strike zone from that date onward. Still, one would expect the differences between knowing what pitch was coming and not knowing to be profound.
That one is launched down the left field line, and it is gone.
Shouldn't knowing what's coming lead to a bigger advantage? Maybe not. Many Hall of Famers like Joe DiMaggio, Hank Aaron, and Tony Gwynn have insisted that they never wanted anyone to tell them the sign. Granted, these were great hitters no matter what, but it speaks to the nature of being a hitter in Major League Baseball. If you play at that level today, you can already catch up to 100-mile-per-hour fastballs and fight off 80-mile-per-hour curveballs. You've played this game without knowing what's coming for your entire life, and now you have to concentrate on trash can banging when you're just trying to do your job? Then, another advantage of the sign stealing system popped into my head. Stealing bases.
There goes out Altuve, pitches low, the throw is not in time. Stolen base.
If you know a slower breaking pitch is coming, that can be a big help when base stealing. And the Astros' base stealing record at home was clearly better than it was on the road, and that's definitely worth mentioning. So, we think this sign stealing system helped. Obviously the Astros did, otherwise they wouldn't have done it. but the regular season results aren't as tremendous as one would think. Some have also pointed to much more exaggerated splits between home and road games in the playoffs that year. Then you get into the dangers of small sample size. Inconclusive. One reason for this may be that trash can banging appears to have been deployed in moderation. Throughout the broadcasts, one can hear it at a higher frequency later in games, against relief pitchers, and in higher leverage situations. But even then, the 2017 Astros weren't out of the ordinary in high leverage to begin with. So, with all this in mind, what does a punishment for the Astros look like? It depends on a few factors. We've been interviewing for a couple minutes now. In this short time frame, do you think you've received an angry comment or message from an Astros fan?
Probably somewhere. I have maybe all of them muted at this point, I hope.
After this scandal broke, Major League Baseball immediately launched an investigation into the Astros sign-stealing activity. The impending punishment could depend on whether the Astros were exceptional in their sign-stealing. If electronic sign-stealing has permeated the league as a whole, it becomes much more difficult to make an example of the Astros. Major League Baseball can also choose to punish from an individual as well as an organizational standpoint. Individual punishments could be suspensions or bans for perpetrators, ranging from the uniformed Astros who devised the scheme itself to players who knowingly participated. But that requires knowing exactly who was involved. And can you really suspend an entire baseball team if everyone was in on it? Before you go, I wanted to ask you about Carlos Beltran and Alex Cora. I think you and I maybe both suspect that the struggling hitter mentioned in the Athletic article could have been Beltran. So do you think either of them could be in the crosshairs for the impending Astros punishment?
I think that's where it gets really tricky. Because if Beltran was doing it as a player, then they would have to punish every player. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So if Beltran gets punished, then I also think that means Altuve and Bregman and Springer also receive the same punishment because they all did it as players, and I don't think that's going to happen.
Organizationally, this could mean forfeiting the 2017 World Series itself, but that would of course require proving shenanigans in the postseason as well. It also doesn't really fix the problem. You can remove the banner, but the memories remain. Plus, vacating the title from the Astros won't make the Dodgers feel any better. One of the most likely facets of the punishment is loss of draft picks and/or international free agent bonus pool money. The intention would be to handicap the Astros' potential to acquire young, minor league talent. It's not a bad idea, but my main criticism would be that it doesn't immediately threaten the Astros at the major league level, which is where all the cheating took place to begin with. I, personally, think we could see some big Astros coaches and executives taking the fall for this one.
What do you think? Do you think the punishments are going to be harsh?
Yeah, I think that's sort of the big question is how exceptional was this cheating? You know, if it is proven that the Astros, you know, were unique in this, I honestly think like someone like AJ Hinch could face like a permanent lifetime ban from baseball, which sounds crazy, but that's a punishment that they've done before. You know, it's not like wouldn't be like the first time this has happened. John Coppolello, the Braves GM, got banned from baseball 2 years ago, you know?
I agree. I don't think it's as crazy as it sounds off the cuff.
This MLB investigation will likely go deep into winter and possibly beyond that. So that's all we can say about the Astros cheating scandal for now. This crazy offseason story started as a bombshell article, then was passed on to the public, and now rests in the hands of Major League Baseball. All we can do is hope that they make a fair and informed decision. But I also want to know, what do you all think would be an appropriate punishment for the Astros? Let me know in the comments, and thank you for watching. This video is not about this call.
Oh, it's going to drop! They're calling it an infield fly rule.
And it's definitely not about this bad boy either.
Right side, Cabrera will cut it off. Galarraga covers. He's out. No, he's safe.
Those are all for a different story. Let me take y'all back to July 26th, 2011. Actually, you know what? It was 1:50 a.m. on July 27th when this event occurred, because the game in question was in the 19th inning. The Braves and Pirates are 6.5 hours into what has already become a game for the ages. This is a game that's given us the dynamic duo of Cup Guy
that's a lot of cups.
and Let's Go Pirates Girl. Sidebar, the Braves just played the Pirates a few days ago, and there's a girl going completely ape in the later innings.
Versus Venters. Polanco is 0 for 3.
Could it have been the same person, back 7 years later to haunt broadcasts? But I digress. The game had been scoreless since the end of the 3rd inning. We're talking about 16 innings of thrilling scoreless action leading up to this moment. The Braves had used their incredible O'Flaherty-Venters-Kimbrel combination for the 7th, 8th, and 9th. Then Scott Linebrink and George Sherrill combined for the 10th, before Christian Martinez pitched 6 scoreless innings in relief. Then the Braves did the scariest thing a team could ever do, which is give the ball to Scott Proctor with the game on the line, and he tossed 3 scoreless innings of his own. This game was completely bonkers. On the Pirates side, a similar hodgepodge of relievers was being used, and it all led to Daniel McCutchen returning to the mound in the bottom of the 19th after having already pitched 5 scoreless innings of his own. The game was now the longest in Turner Field history, but with Jordan Schaefer on second and Julio Lugo on third and just 1 out, the Braves were threatening to walk it off. Which Atlanta Brave will come to the plate to drive in the game-winning run? Oh, it's Scott Proctor. This is the kind of thing that happens when you play 19 innings. Alright, we finally made it. I'm going to show you the worst call in MLB history. Let's watch together.
Ground ball. Alvarez coming home. And it's not in time. He's called safe and the Braves win the game.
What the No. Seriously, what the was that? Let's watch it again.
Ground ball. Alvarez coming home. And it's not in time. He's called safe and the Braves win the game.
I know that the questionable infield fly and Galarraga's near perfecto had more at stake, but in a vacuum, this has to be the most ludicrous call I have ever seen. Lugo isn't anywhere near the plate when the ball arrives to catcher Michael McHenry. There wasn't a single person in the stadium who thought Lugo was safe. Well, except for home plate umpire Jerry Meals.
Think you had a bad day? Well, what about being responsible for this? A big game that goes 19 innings, more than 6 hours, and because of you, the call that ends it all was wrong. Here's GMA News anchor Josh Elliott.
He called him safe! How can you end
You've got to be kidding me, Jerry Meals!
No sooner had Meals gotten it all wrong, a fact he would later admit, than was heard the cry for instant replay.
Yes, that was an ABC News segment about the game. Not every baseball fan remembers it now, but this call was a huge deal, even though it was just a regular season game in July. At the center of the controversy was Jerry Meals, who came out and apologized the next day after doing a replay analysis of the call. So now it's time to do a replay analysis of our own. How could Meals have thought that Lugo was anything but out? The ball comes into McHenry, who is standing pretty far up the third base line. Lugo is nowhere near home plate as the tag is applied. Wait, the tag. Can someone run that angle back? The one from the ABC News report?
Kidding me, Jerry Meals!
No sooner had Meals gotten it all wrong.
Oh my god. Look, it would be insane to say that McHenry definitely misses that tag. But boy, I'm gonna go out on a limb and say the possibility exists. It's very close. I would say too close to call, but for the sake of being fair, I'm going to show you the best possible evidence that McHenry makes the tag. Now keep in mind, this is the stuff that actually argues against my thesis, but you guys deserve to know what's out there without doing some crazy sleuthing of your own. Here's the closest angle I could find in high quality. Watch McHenry's glove. See what McHenry's glove is doing there? You could easily argue that it's bouncing off Lugo's shin, but you could also argue that whatever flexing the glove is doing is simply from quickly jerking it in a tagging motion. We've seen the video, but how about a still image? Something that 100% clearly shows the tag. The day after the game, Fangraphs writer Jack Moore wrote an article titled Obvious, in which he argues against the Meals call being clear as day. He points to a picture posted by Tennessee Titans beat writer Travis Haney on Twitter, that's a lot of T's, which essentially boils down to this.
I went back to the video and did a version of my own. It's not really any clearer though. Moore writes, can we definitively say, even from that picture, where glove ends and where shadow begins, it's not like blowing up the picture really helps any, does it? Maybe I need my eyes checked. This isn't the Joyce Galarraga play, where the video and pictorial evidence was so obvious. This is a case where, in my opinion, the confirmation bias of seeing baseball beat runner by so much, the throw beat him by a mile, manifested itself in a similar reaction. I agree with him completely. Mike Fast also posted some screenshots on Baseball Prospectus, which you guys are more than welcome to shift through. Meals himself had this to say directly after the game. I saw the tag, but he looked like he olayed him, and I called him safe for that. I looked at the replays, and it appeared he might have got him on the shin area. I'm guessing he might have got him, but when I was out there when it happened, I didn't see a tag. I just saw the glove sweep up. I didn't see the glove hit his leg. And let's give him some credit here. Meals had an amazing view of the play, better than ours. You'll notice that a lot of the video I'm using isn't exactly of the highest quality, which is a product of when this play took place and what video is still available. Meals, however, doesn't have to worry about that because he's 2 feet from the plate. He also does his due diligence by waiting until Lugo touches home before declaring him safe. Still, a big problem with this play was that the narrative had been set. I'll outline the narrative for you now. The ugly little narrative is comprised of 3 simple parts. Number 1, the game was in the 19th inning. Number 2, the game had been going on for over 6.5 hours and it was nearly 2 in the morning local time. Number 3, Meals simply wanted to end the game and was willing to miss a call in order to do just that. I was talking to someone the other day and I said it's unfortunate really, as I don't think it's fair to Meals at all, but some have argued that he just wanted to end the game. I don't believe that Meals would have made a let's go home call. He's a professional after all, but that doesn't mean we can forget about just how long this game had been going in the first place. Everyone was fatigued, not just Meals, but also McHenry, who's the guy who's trying to make the tag. Weird stuff happens when people are fatigued. And then the guy turned to me and he said, "Sir, if you're not going to look at the instruments, I'm going to have to ask you to leave Guitar Center." A day after the game, Meals walked back his original statement and admitted all wrongdoing. After coming into the locker room, I reviewed the incident through our videos that we have in here, and after seeing a few of them on one particular replay, I was able to see that Lugo's pant leg moved ever so slightly when the swipe tag was attempted by McHenry, Meals said. That's telling me that I was incorrect in my decision, and that he should have been ruled out and not safe. Whether you choose to believe that or not is up to you, but it would have certainly required the MLB to have a different camera angle than any of ours, which I doubt. Look, I gotta tell you guys. Meals apologized, but I really wish he hadn't. Unfortunately, as I said, the narrative had been set, and the MLB was in damage control. ABC News was covering this call as if it was a foregone conclusion.
The collision and the tag, plainly obvious to all who saw it, except Jerry Meals, the only man whose opinion mattered.
Go on YouTube right now and type in MLB worst calls or something like that. This play will always feature. It's generally accepted as a terrible call, potentially the worst ever, but considering how close it is to being a tag or not being a tag, I just can't agree with that designation. Remember the infield fly and Galarraga Lost Perfecto I showed you at the beginning of this video? I did that for a reason. Those 2 plays, along with the 19th inning call we are looking at, were instrumental in the MLB expanding the usage of instant replay in the 2014 season.
And do you think that this is just another example of why baseball should bring instant replay into plays like that? They already have it for home runs, but for plays like this?
Yes, yeah, after playing all them innings, yes. Yes, it's very upsetting for the whole team to play that hard for that many innings and to lose it that way.
In one final act of desperation, we're going to pretend that Julio Lugo comes barreling home in a post-expanded replay era. Meals calls him safe, everyone is shocked, but the game isn't over. The Braves probably don't storm the field as there's absolutely no finality to it. Clint Hurdle doesn't explode at Meals either. Why? The play is going to be reviewed, and in the minds of everyone in the stadium, it will likely be reversed. But would it be? We've already looked at every single angle, every piece of evidence available to us. Even though Meals himself said he saw Lugo's pant leg slightly move when he reviewed it a day later, would the same conclusion be made in the heat of the moment, with all eyes watching the replay team? According to the MLB rulebook, if the replay official does not feel he has enough video evidence to make a decision at the time of prompting by the replay director or management official serving on his behalf,
the replay official shall inform the crew chief that the call stands. Replay officials have exactly 2 minutes to complete their reviews. We have been looking at this play for far longer than that, and I'm sure Meals did as well once he got around to reviewing the tape. Do you think a replay official finds evidence good enough to reverse this call in 120 seconds? I don't think so. I really don't think so. So, despite what that upset Pirates fan had to say about instant replay in that news clip, the call likely would have stood. At least it would have if the replay review was administered correctly, which doesn't always happen. I mean, I've seen some pretty crazy stuff. Sorry, I got sidetracked there. Anyways, there you have it. The worst call of all time might have been right all along, and it likely would have stood if subjected to modern replay review. Whether Lugo was actually safe or not is something that only the baseball gods can know. Us mere mortals shouldn't bother bickering about it. Instead, we should focus on something we can all agree on. You see, I haven't even shown you guys the best part of this play. Scott Proctor, our shaky relief pitcher turned hero batsman, absolutely eats it coming out of the batter's box. I mean, just look at him. This is a professional athlete. May I remind you, he had a 6.48. And I'm back. Let's cut to the chase. The catch is one of the most famous plays in the history of baseball. It's up there with Babe Ruth's called shot and Benji Molina's triple to complete the cycle.
To make it 5-4, there goes Benji again. Now could this be a triple? Come on, you got the cycle, big guy. Get there, he did it.
Look at that big fella hustle. But for sports fans of the digital age, the play's popularity can be a source of contention. There have been some remarkable outfield snags over the years, like Jim Edmonds' sprawling catch in Kauffman Stadium, Gary Matthews Jr.'s acrobatics, or Kevin Pillar scaling the wall like he's on Ninja Warrior. The footage from those plays is readily available. They come from a time when baseball games were broadcast for all to see. But in the 1950s, broadcast baseball was in its infancy, and as a result, this episode of Baseball Bits will be very much a study in what we can unpack from older video footage. Back to my thesis though, the brilliance of those three aforementioned catches is immediate. Even if you aren't a die-hard baseball fan or sports fan, they look impossible. But grainy footage of Willie Mays making a basket catch on the run? We're going to need historical context, reference points, and even a healthy scooping of StatCast data. Only then will we be able to explain one of the most misunderstood plays in all of sports. So let's get to answering the questions plaguing the minds of many. How does the catch stack up in 2019? Does it deserve the praise that has been heaped upon it? I think if you were to ask someone what the greatest catch of 2018 was, there'd be a couple ways of looking at it. I'm partial to this obscene catch by Billy Hamilton against the Pirates. The amount of ground covered in the dive are just terrific. Francisco Cervelli, the hitter who struck the ball, was impressed as well. But it's just from the first inning of a June regular season game between two teams that didn't come particularly close to a playoff berth. Let's ramp up the stakes. You'll probably recognize this play. Benintendi sells out with the bases loaded to win Game 4 of the ALCS. If the ball gets past him, the entire series dynamic changes. It's a wonderful play, but is it better than Hamilton's catch in a vacuum? No, of course not. Billy Hamilton is so fast, he might have been able to make this catch on the run, and that's no criticism of Benintendi, who is a great defender in left field. But because of the context in which this play was made, fans will remember the Benintendi catch more fondly. That's why the MLB upload of it has 127,000 views, whereas the Hamilton catch has, yeah, you get my point. So here's your context with Willie Mays. It's Game 1 of the 1954 World Series, with Mays' New York Giants taking on the Cleveland Indians in the Polo Grounds. We're in the top of the 8th with the score tied 2-2, and future Hall of Famer Larry Doby stands on second base as the go-ahead run. At the plate is lefty Vic Wertz, who's already hit a 2-run triple in the first inning that gave the Indians their only runs. He has also collected 2 more hits on the day, so he's really not the guy you want to be facing with runners in scoring position. He was a pretty well-known player at the time too.
Wirtz had a very respectable slash line, racked up 27.4 wins above replacement, and made 4 All-Star games in his 17-year career. And who is Willie Mays in this moment? It seems like a silly question to ask, but he still had a whole career in front of him at this point. He was a 23-year-old say-hey kid who had just come off his breakout season after returning from the Army. The numbers? They'd be right at home on Mike Trout's baseball reference page, that's for sure. It's no wonder that Mays won his first MVP that season. That's part of what makes the timing of this play so special. Think of it as a coming out party for a legend in the making. So here's the tricky thing with the catch. There's a few grainy camera angles and ways to watch it, but if we're going to make some sense out of this play, we'll have to use every single source available to us. So we have footage A, which I call the wide. Its main feature is a continuous wide-angle shot of Mays chasing down the ball. Then there's footage B, which I downloaded from MLB's YouTube channel. The main difference is we cut to a closer angle at the end. Then there's footage C, much clearer. It's from the National Archives and pieces together a couple shots in rapid succession. I'm going to be studying 3 facets of this catch, and the first is the sprint that Mays makes to the ball. The questions I'm trying to answer are how much ground did he cover, and how much time did it take him? You'd think timing him would be easy, but it's not. Old film footage has a tendency to be played at speeds either a bit too fast or a bit too slow. In footage A, Mays catches the ball 5.83 seconds after it leaves the bat. In footage B, 3.67, and in footage C, 4.57. There's also no angle available that shows the ball both leave Wirtz's bat and end up in Mays' glove. All the video one can find is just bits and pieces of various angles that have been edited together after the fact. That's when I discovered the hunch. No, not a hunch as in a gut feeling, a hunch as in Larry Doby, the base runner, hunched over as he decides whether to tag up at second base or not. This moment of indecision is the key to the whole study. In the National Archives footage, we see Vic Wirtz strike the ball and Doby in the hunch. In the wide-angle upload, we see Doby in the hunch and Mays make the snag. The total time when you combine these two sources, 5.7 seconds. That's how long it took for Mays to become immortal. The distance covered requires a little more guesstimation. We need 2 points, where Mays started his run and where he caught the ball. For the latter, I determined that Mays made the snag right of center, and a couple of strides before the warning track. The polo grounds were 483 feet to dead center at that time, but Mays is at this funky wall labeled in this diagram, which I downloaded from Andrew Clem's baseball blog, link in the description, yada yada. So I can place Mays' endpoint pretty confidently around here. But what about his starting point? Every piece of video has Mays already in motion. I did notice, however, that he likely was playing shaded a little bit towards right field, likely due to Wirtz being a left-handed hitter. Outfielders weren't shifting all over the place back then, but it wasn't foreign concept either. I decided I'd look at StatCast positioning data from Baseball Savant, and found that center fielders in Mays' situation, defending against a left-handed hitter with a run in scoring position, stood 318 feet back and 3 degrees to the right on average. But where would Mays stand? That's where we get into a little game theory. The polo grounds were so vast that a ball that got over your head was going to be a home run either way. It really wasn't that much different to a regular-sized ballpark. The only difference being that the resulting home run would be an inside the Parker. Then there's Larry Doby on second. If Wirtz hits a single, Mays will want to be playing up to potentially gun down the go-ahead run at home. And then I went to the Willie Mays page on the National Baseball Hall of Fame website and read the 2 most magical words that described Mays' positioning. Playing shallow. So while Starling Marte would play this situation about 318 feet from home plate, we're going to go with the center fielder who likes to play the most shallow, and that's Jake Marisnick at 308 feet. We'll keep the slide angle to the right as well. That gives us approximately 115 feet covered in 5.7 seconds. Would the typical major leaguer be able to make this play today? Thanks to StatCast, we're about to find out. We're back on Baseball Savant, and this time we're looking at StatCast catch rates. If we're pretty sure Mays covered 115 feet of ground in 5.7 seconds, we can figure out just how often that play is made. StatCast has recorded only 31 batted balls in which an outfielder had to cover between 110 and 120 feet in 5.7 seconds. Of those 31 balls, 22 of them hit the ground. Only 29% of outfielders have been successful in making this kind of play. But StatCast has another feature called catch probability. It puts a lot of weight into the ground covered and time needed, but it also introduces another very important factor, the angle. It's much easier to make a catch running towards home plate than it is running away from it. In making the catch, Mays has the Herculean task of covering ground at a dead sprint while he tracks the ball over his shoulder. Here's a catch from Lorenzo Cain that is eerily, and I mean eerily, similar to Mays. 5.7 seconds, 114 feet, running towards the wall, and a StatCast catch probability of 2% like the freaking milk, baby! StatCast catch probability has a fourth factor as well, and that's proximity to the wall and whether it made the catch more difficult. In Kane's case, it definitely did. In May's, maybe not so much. But it's also clear that Mays is taking a more difficult angle to the ball, which would have likely balanced out the overall degree of difficulty. In the opinion of StatCast, the chances of Willie Mays making this catch are slim to none. Keep in mind, this is a ball hit about 425 feet deep according to our and most people's estimates. Where Willie Mays is standing when he makes this catch would be in the bleachers of any modern ballpark. Here's what 420 feet looks like in the Christian Yelich-friendly confines of Miller Park. And here's what it looks like in Oracle Park's Triples Alley, where homers go to die. And yet, here's Mays tracking down a ball that would be impossible to catch in any other MLB stadium. There can never be another catch like this one because today's ballpark simply can't accommodate it. So let's talk about what happened after he caught the ball. Once again, the limitations of footage available make things difficult on us. After making his miraculous snag, we see Mays turn and throw the ball towards second base, but we don't really get a camera angle that allows us to track the throw. The thing that stands out to me is how quickly Mays goes from making such a difficult catch to immediately throwing the ball towards the infield. In that crispy National Archives footage, the amount of time between the ball landing in Mays' glove and being released from Mays' hands is 1.3 seconds of turnaround time. The amount of athleticism on display is tremendous, as you'd be hard-pressed to find another example of an outfielder stopping on a dime in similar circumstances. Ramon Laureano made an insane throw in 2018 after a catch took his momentum the opposite direction, but it took him 2.9 seconds to get the ball out of his hands. These aren't directly comparable because Laureano's throw did this, and Willie Mays just wanted to get it back to the infield as quick as possible, which is still no easy feat considering how deep he was. Recognize that Mays takes no time to gather or double clutch, he's just getting that sucker in. Why the rush? He's trying to prevent Larry Doby scoring from second base. It actually happens more often than you think. In 2019, 4 base runners have managed to score from second on sac flies. Here's a combination of a stumbling Malik Smith and a speedy Billy Hamilton. But Larry Doby wasn't a speed demon, so how about Willie Calhoun scoring from second after Jacoby Jones ricochets off the wall? Mays could have easily ran into the wall or had his feet come out from under him while catching that ball, but he stays upright and fires in a ball that prevents Doby from scoring the go-ahead run. The fans in the Polo Grounds erupt. They have just witnessed something special, and I hope all of you watching this feel the same way. Now it's time to find out how this game ended. Giants star reliever Marv Grissom came in and got the final 2 outs of the 8th. The game ended up going to the 10th, and that's where the irony set in a little bit. Facing future Hall of Famer Bob Lemon, Mays walked and stole second base. Lemon then intentionally walked Hank Thompson, bringing up Dusty Rhodes to the plate. Here's what happened.
Rhodes cuts at the first pitch, and there goes the ball down the right field line. A home run into the seats, and the ball game's over.
The irony is pretty apparent. Willie Mays saved the game for the Giants when Vic Wertz hit a 425-foot flyout, then scored the game-winning run on the ultimate cheap shot home run. That sign says 294 feet, but in reality, the distance down the right field line in the Polo Grounds was 258 feet. Wertz's flyout to Mays would have been a home run in any MLB stadium, and Rhodes' home run would have been a simple flyout outside of the Polo Grounds. Having been propelled by their miraculous Game 1 victory, the Giants would go on to sweep the series, especially impressive considering that Cleveland had an incredible 104-50 record in the regular season. They were the favorites. Mays was named World Series MVP, and of course, was named regular season MVP that year as well. And thus, the legend was born, and the catch is something that people still talk about 65 years later. And in my opinion, having studied out the hang time, distance covered, throw, and context within the game, all that praise is well deserved. Stream season is underway. Keep up with me at twitch.tv/foolishbaseball.
Giraffe Nick Mark already did this
how
one?
Dare you, sir?
You
Sir,
already
how
did this
dare
joke in
you?
the Game 7
Man, you're
video.
really out of ideas, huh?
The center fielder for the Tri-State Arsenal here in Jupiter is a young man by the name of Michael Trout.
Big key with Michael is going to be his bat. He has shown flashes of having excellent bat speed and hitting ability in the past, but if he gets that bat up to where the speed and defensive ability is, he could be a top 3 round pick in the 2009 draft.
Oh boy, he could be in the top 3 rounds? Wow. On June 9th, 2009, representatives from each MLB team met in Secaucus, New Jersey for that year's draft. With the first pick, the Washington Nationals selected Stephen Strasburg. Hey, we've talked about him, his debut, his career. This was really to no one's surprise. Strasburg was the best draft prospect the game had seen in years. There's no chance I'm going to criticize this move. But after that, the teams you see here all picked the top remaining players on their boards en route to the 25th selection of the draft, and every single one of these teams made a big big mistake.
And it drives me completely bonkers, man. It drives me completely bonkers.
While the draft is a huge, flashy event for other sports, likely due to the immediate impact that top picks can have on their franchises, Major League Baseball's is, let's say, more intimate affair. The players drafted are still very much works in progress, who won't contribute at the big league level for some time. Unless, they're Mike Trout, in which case they're already a superstar and become the best player in the majors just a few years later. This, however, was a very special draft. It was the first one ever broadcast from the brand new MLB Network studios. The network itself had just launched earlier that year, and this was their chance to create a draft broadcast with the fervor you might see for the NFL or NBA. They sent out invites to all the top talent to make a pilgrimage to Secaucus, New Jersey. The problem?
We can only get one kid to show up. We only got one player. Only one high school kid showed up.
And as Commissioner Bud Selig started rattling off names, it became apparent that the lone guest was going to have to wait a while. The same thing happened to Aaron Rodgers in the 2005 NFL Draft when he was left all alone in the green room. Speaking of quarterbacks, maybe some of you have heard of the Brady Six, the 6 quarterbacks drafted before Tom Brady in 2000. I think it's time we talked about the Trout 24. Right now, you're looking at a chart of the top 25 picks from the 2009 draft, sorted by Baseball Reference wins above replacement. This is the quickest, simplest way one can ascertain a player's value over the course of their career. We can start with the players whose major league contributions have been deemed under replacement level. There's 4 of them, starting with Detroit's 9th overall pick Jacob Turner, and ending with Matt Perk, the only pick ahead of Trout that didn't sign. The Rangers used that compensation pick to draft a guy named Jake Skull, who, you guessed it, never made the majors. Speaking of never made the majors, I would argue these guys actually had a worse outcome than the below replacement level guys. I really want to highlight Donovan Tate, Bobby Borchering, and Giovanni Meyer. They were high school hitters just like Trout. Mike Trout, the guy with the Baseball Reference page. Tate was even an outfielder. More on them later. Also, shoutouts to 4th overall pick Tony Sanchez for getting that .1 WAR. He's above replacement level. Next up is a collection of real Major League non-factors. That may be a bit harsh on Drew Storen, who turned into a solid relief pitcher, but WAR isn't really the right tool to assess relievers to begin with. Let's move on. The mediocrity is making me sick. This is probably where you start to see some recognizable names. Dustin Ackley, who hasn't played in the majors since 2016, is viewed as a huge draft bust at number 2 overall, but he's actually looked solid sandwiched between Wheeler and Grichuk. Speaking of Grichuk, someone with a keen eye may have spotted the Angels on the list of teams that passed on Mike Trout, and that's technically true. The Angels had picks number 24 and 25 in that year's draft, and they elected to pick Grichuk ahead of Trout. This may have been for signing bonus negotiation, or they may have just liked him more. Who knows? There's also 3 pitchers on this list, and they all have one thing in common. You get a Tommy John, you get a Tommy John, you get a Tommy John. The UCL is a fickle mistress. More names. In this case, Leak has had the benefit of accumulating WAR due to his clean bill of health. That's what you get when you throw about 89 miles per hour on a good day. Minor and Pollock have had their ups and downs with injuries, but it's safe to say that they are very good players when healthy. We sure traveled for a while there. It's Stephen Strasburg with a very respectable 30.1 WAR as the surefire number 1 pick in this draft. Can't fault the Nats there. By the way, you get a Tommy John. After Strasburg, there's only one guy left to visit. gonna travel for a while to get to Trout here. You want some snacks? Bottled water? Maybe you want to tell me about your day? Oh, good, we're here. Yep, 68.3 wins above replacement. Sure is lonely at the top. Can we get some Hall of Famers around him? Yeah, that really puts it into perspective. I think what makes Trout so frustrating is that he was clearly a great player from the moment he started in the minors. He almost instantly became a top prospect. It's not like he made unexpected adjustments to his game either, like suddenly developing a power stroke. He hit 18 home runs in his senior year of high school, a New Jersey record. I know hindsight is 20/20, but come on, guys.
25th overall? Are you serious? It drives me bonkers.
Sorry, I need to calm down. So now it's time to answer the obvious question. Where did all these big shot scouting departments go wrong? To me, the answer is surprisingly clear. Back in Secaucus, the names we just learned about are flying off the board. Our mysterious protagonist waits on, and the presenters at MLB Network are getting anxious.
There's pick number 10, there's pick number 15, pick number 20, and looking over and go, oh man, please, somebody draft this kid.
Now back to our scheduled programming. What you're looking at now is a map of the country. Here are the states with high schools or colleges that each first-round draft pick was coming out of in 2009. You may notice some real hotbeds of baseball talent. California, Texas, Georgia, and Florida are real standouts, and this is pretty typical year to year. But you'll also notice that the other states tend to trend southward as well. The vast majority of these players are coming from schools where the weather is expected to be warm and sunny by the time baseball season rolls around. In fact, the only first-rounders who played north of Trout were Boston College's Tony Sanchez and Notre Dame's A.J. Pollock. And it goes without saying that ACC college baseball is much more respected than New Jersey high school baseball, where Trout often faced low-level opposition. So let's travel up to Millville, New Jersey, home of Mike Trout's Millville High School. The average high in Millville in March of 2009, when Trout's senior season was underway, 52 degrees. The average low, just below freezing. It's really hard to scout players in the northeastern United States' climate. Games get canceled, postponed, or played out, but in sloppy conditions.
It's nasty.
There was also a historical bias working against Trout. The last great star hitter to come out of high school in New Jersey was Hall of Famer Joe Ducky Medwick. He retired in 1948, over 60 years before Trout was drafted. Theo Epstein is probably the best baseball executive of his generation. Back in 2009, he was GM of the Red Sox and ran one of the few front offices that didn't get a chance to pick Mike Trout. He still would have passed though, and when he explained why, the two main reasons were the weather and the showcases. See, high school games are one thing, but there are other ways for top prospects to get exposure. Perfect Game USA has a near monopoly on scouting top high school talent, and they put on talent showcases all over the country. Remember these three guys? Tate, Borchering, and Meyer. They were the three high school hitters drafted ahead of Mike Trout, and none of them made the majors. They were each more active than Trout on the perfect game scene, racking up double-digit events in comparison to Trout's 8. They also got started sooner, with each making their showcase debut a year or two before Trout, despite being in the same graduating class. Yet, fast forward just a few years later, and the three showcase sweethearts were floundering in the minors while Trout was tracing Triple Crown winner Miguel Cabrera in a legendary MVP race. Heck, we can even see it in their numbers from the low minors. Here's how Trout fared in A-ball, and here's the other three guys. Yeah, he was just that much better from the get-go. Mike Trout is not a story about developing skills in the minors. The skills he's developed, like bringing up walks and bringing down strikeouts, have been mostly in the majors. This isn't some triumphant tale of hard work and overcoming the odds. This is a story of these front offices whiffing on an all-time talent because of what, exactly? Bad weather? And showcases?
It just drives me bonkers, man. It just drives me bonkers. 21 teams had a chance. You biffed it. You biffed.
If there's a baseball god, let somebody take this kid in the first round. Please, somebody take him.
5 years after the 2009 MLB draft, Mike Trout had the worst year of his career. Of the 7 full seasons he has played, 2014 ranks as his worst batting average, worst on-base percentage, second worst slugging, and worst OPS. He also registered the highest strikeout rate and second lowest walk rate of his career. Things weren't great in the outfield either, as he put up a negative 5.9 UZR, which is also a career low. The only season he has with fewer wins above replacement is his injury-shortened 2017 campaign. And you know what? He won the 2014 MVP award with all 30 first place votes. That's how good Mike Trout is. Now let's see if that high school kid who is still sitting and waiting in Secaucus will finally get picked.
With the 25th selection in the first round of the 2009 first-year player draft, the Los Angeles Angels of Anaheim select Michael Trout.
Yep, as you probably guessed, the one guy who showed up to the 2009 MLB draft was Mike Trout. A whole crew of names that baseball fans won't recognize were picked before him, but in the end, he has the last laugh. After the draft ends, the front office executives and scouts of each MLB team pat themselves on the back. They each went with their top available picks on their draft boards and are feeling very pleased with themselves. The 21 teams that had their chance at Trout and passed don't know the mistake they've made, but they soon will. They soon will. In 2018, Shohei Ohtani set baseball ablaze. The Japanese Babe Ruth wasn't just exciting due to his sheer talent, it was the novelty of his skill set. For the first time in a century, Major League Baseball was going to have a starting pitcher who would be a frequent fixture in the lineup on his so-called off days, and he did just that, for 2 months. Ultimately, the damage to his UCL will prevent him from trying again until 2020, but he had proven his point. It was possible to be simultaneously productive as a starting pitcher and designated hitter in 21st century Major League Baseball. Now, I'm not going to argue that the next Ohtani is just around the corner. He is a unique talent, and I don't think there's anyone currently in baseball who is going to be a future ace as well as a middle-of-the-lineup hitter. What I am going to argue, however, is that there's room in the game for a two-way utility player who can give both quality ABs and quality innings. The direction the game is headed and current roster rules make two-way players seem more viable by the day. If you don't believe me, that's fine, but you're going to see multiple teams try it out this season, so stick around to find out who they are. In the meantime, let's give some props to the pioneers of the two-way trade. In the 19th century, it was actually fairly common for a pitcher to play the field and be an integral part of the batting lineup. Pitcher Albert Spalding, yes, that Spalding, played as an outfielder or first baseman from time to time. In 1875, he threw 570 innings from the mound, while also adding 101 in the field. And although he is known for popularizing the use of the baseball glove, he was also quite adept with his bat, hitting .312 across 343 at-bats for the Boston Red Stockings, a team that would finish first in the National Association with a record of holy! Another 19th century player I'd like to draw attention to is a man named Bob Carruthers. He tossed 2,800 innings and accumulated 218 wins in his 9-year career, but also played over 3,000 innings as a position player, mainly in right field. He could rake too. He was an excellent hitter for his whole career, but his numbers from 1886 and 1887 really stand out. Between those two seasons, he slashed .347, .456, .537 over the course of 818 plate appearances. Oh yeah, he stole 75 bags too. But it goes without saying that this was a wildly different time in baseball. Leading up to 1887, a walk required 9 balls, then 8 balls, then 6 balls. Foul balls weren't strikes, and perhaps most comedic, batters were allowed to request that the pitcher throw a high ball or low ball. This is all to say that pitching in this era was wildly different. Sure, there were still good hurlers and bad hurlers, but they were an ends to a means, if you will. Their job was to feed the ball into the strike zone and force weak contact to get outs. And this was done mostly underhand, as overhand pitching wasn't even allowed until 1883. By the turn of the 20th century, baseball was becoming more specialized. Pitchers were seen as separate from other folks on the diamond, and they trained accordingly. In the vast majority of cases, you were going to choose between pitching and playing the field, rather than doing both simultaneously. You might see everyday position players who start as pitchers and vice versa, but they would make the transition over to their destined role. For instance, George Sisler, the man who held the single-season hit record for over 8 decades, tossed 70 innings in his rookie year.
but that pitching on a regular basis ceased after that. Enter George Herman Ruth. Because of his power hitting and pitching ability, it's clear why Shohei Ohtani would be referred to by some as the Japanese Babe Ruth. But Ruth was only a true two-way player for a couple years. By 1918, the starting rotation had developed, so a pitcher like Ruth didn't play every game. The 1918 Red Sox had 5 pitchers who started at least 16 games. Ruth was among these, cruising along with a 2.22 ERA over 166 innings. It was also his first season with regular playing time in the outfield, where he hit 11 home runs. None of his teammates hit more than 1. 1919 was the first year that he eclipsed 500 plate appearances, and he rewarded the Red Sox with 29 home runs, a new record for Major League Baseball. His pitching was an afterthought, but he still mustered a 9-5 record over 15 starts. After that, he was sold to the Yankees, became a full-time outfielder, and the rest is history. He had the talent to be a productive pitcher, but it would have been criminal to let him be anything but the slugger he was born to be. Ruth's move to the outfield ushered in a century-long dark age for the two-way player. Before Ohtani, only one player made 250 plate appearances as a hitter and 10 appearances as a pitcher in a single season. His name was Willie Smith, and he did it in 1964. He was the only man who dared to be both a regular pitcher and regular hitter until Ohtani burst onto the scene. Shohei Ohtani is special. There isn't anyone in baseball like him. You can just look at the StatCast data. His fastball is faster than Chris Sale's, he hits the ball harder than Chris Davis, and he runs faster than... He's the only player in Major League Baseball today who is equally capable of being a frontline starter in the rotation and a middle-of-the-order power bat. In that sense, he is Babe Ruth. So it was a bummer when his elbow failed him. We won't get to see him pitch in 2019. But what he did in the majors last season is only part of the story. Ohtani's star really began to shine during his 2016 season with the Nippon Ham Fighters. The numbers are absolutely jaw-dropping. A 186 ERA on the mound and 1,000 OPS at the plate. What Ohtani does is entirely unique to him. My point isn't to say that the next Shohei Ohtani is right around the corner, or that other teams will be utilizing players with a similar skill set. There is no one with his skill set. But that doesn't mean two-way players won't be a factor in baseball's near future. Let's do a little math. Until September rolls around, MLB active rosters are limited to 25 players. More and more, those 25 roster spots are being occupied by pitchers. The 1991 World Series champion Twins had 9 hurlers on their postseason roster. As the decade continued, the norm became 10. Up until recently, teams typically carried 12 pitchers, 5 starters and 7 relievers, but now the 13-man pitching staff is becoming the new norm. Some teams employ temporary 6-man rotations, but this 13th pitcher is an extra reliever for the most part. As relief pitcher innings have steadily increased over the years, so has the need for roster spots for relievers. So, let's say an MLB team uses 13 spots for pitchers, 8 spots for their starting lineup, which, by the way, is actually 9 if you're an American League team with the DH. Those spots remaining are your bench. One is your mandatory backup catcher, and then you probably have a utility infielder and utility outfielder. It's actually quite limiting. Compared to bench sizes of other major sports, baseball is uniquely shallow, at least in terms of position players. You need positional versatility from many players to make it work. And while a 26th roster spot would certainly help, it's still not going to reverse the growing tide of relief innings. What if there was someone who could pitch 50 innings, act as a bench/platoon bat, and maybe even play the field a little bit? Someone who could relieve a starting pitcher one day and a position player the next. The two-way utility player. Wouldn't that be a massive help for the sake of roster construction? I certainly think so. There has been a lot of talk about the concept of positionless basketball, but baseball is experiencing its own positionless movement. Players are being constantly asked to take on new roles to serve the team's greater good. Pitchers bounce between the rotation and bullpen, and not only do fielders shift around all over the diamond, they also learn to play new positions on the fly. During last season's trade deadline, the Brewers acquired third baseman Mike Moustakas, which was going to displace the already productive Travis Shaw from the lineup. What was the Brewers' solution? Simple. Play Travis Shaw at second base. Keep in mind that Travis Shaw has never played the position professionally. How did Brewers GM David Stern set our mind at ease? He actually cited the shift itself. There's another piece of the positionless baseball revolution that's being seen as a novelty. In 2018, 71 position players took the mound for MLB teams, up from 34 the previous year. It makes sense. You're in a blowout game, and you want to conserve your actual pitchers for later in the series, so you hand the ball to whoever wants it and let it rip. Often, it looks like this. Lackadaisically delivered pitches in the 70s and 80s just begging for contact. Nobody's taking it too seriously. Wait a second, that pitch was 91. Who threw that? On a nondescript August day, White Sox infielder Matt Davidson started off Giancarlo Stanton with this well-located fastball. Do you want to know how he finished him off? With a big league curveball.
1-2. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Davidson guns down Stanton 2-away.
Yeah, Giancarlo, I couldn't believe it either. In truth, Davidson had pitched in high school, but when you see it in action, you're almost surprised that his pitching ability hadn't been utilized sooner. He tossed 3 scoreless innings in total last year. Elsewhere, he split his time between first base, third base, and DH, and he hit 20 home runs. So when he was non-tendered by the White Sox this offseason, there was interest in him as a two-way player. The Rangers picked him up and will give him a chance to do just that. And why not? He's a competent pitcher who can contribute in the infield and in the batter's box. That's what makes him one of our guys to watch. Having seen Matt Davidson pitch, it's frustrating that no one let him do it sooner. He was drafted 10 years ago, has played over 1,200 professional games throughout the minors and majors, and took the mound for just the first time last year. Shohei Ohtani, who is an absolute rock star, was allowed to develop into a two-way monster because he came from Japan. If he was American, they probably would have just made him choose pitching. Thankfully, that's changing. Enter Brendan McKay. He's the number 29 prospect in all of Major League Baseball according to Pipeline, and when he went through the draft process, he dared big league clubs to let him try to develop as a two-way player. The dare paid off, as the Tampa Bay Rays snagged him with the 4th overall pick. Last year, he excelled as a pitcher while providing mixed results as a hitter, but he'll continue to hit going into this season, so he could be utilized as a DH or pinch hitter once he hits the majors in a couple years. That alone makes him our second guy to watch. But the third guy to watch has to be someone really special. Someone who is all but guaranteed to break spring training with a big league club that believes in him. His name is Michael Lorenzen. He appeared in 45 games as a pitcher last year, starting 3 of them. In total, he tossed 81 innings with a 3.11 ERA for an anemic 2018 Reds pitching staff. He was a two-way star at Cal State Fullerton, so the Reds started using him as a pinch hitter. So he did this, and this, and this. Not only is he primed for a bigger hitting role this season, he's looking to flash the leather in an already crowded Reds outfield, which makes him the final addition to our guys to watch list.
Be on the lookout for all 3 of these guys, as well as similar players in the future. It's a fascinating new development. 100 years after Babe Ruth killed off the two-way player, Shohei Ohtani brought him back to life, right when baseball needs him now more than ever.
Yeah, let's give a quick shout out to
Brooks Kieschnick.
No sponsor today, but Foolish Baseball will be streaming live on Twitch regularly this summer. Follow me at twitch.tv/foolishbaseball. I'll be posting a stream schedule on both the community tab and my Twitter, which is @foolishbb. The location, Nationals Park in Washington, D.C. The date, June 8th, 2010. The time, 7:05 p.m. local. The man of the hour, Steven Strasburg. I'm not going to mince words here. This was the most hyped pitching debut the game has ever seen. Here's the attendance for Steven Strasburg's first start on June 8th, and here's how many Nats fans bothered to show up for the other 2 games in the series. And you know half those stragglers showed up to the ballpark and said, "Wait, I thought the kid was starting today. This John Lannon guy wasn't even in the Beatles." The media coverage was there as well. Strasburg had been covered heavily since college, and he was the no-brainer #1 overall draft pick in 2009. His subsequent ascension through the minors continued to feed the hype machine. This June day, which was dubbed Strasmas, was pegged as the beginning of a turnaround for the Nationals, who had failed to have a winning season since the franchise was uprooted from Montreal and sent to Washington, D.C. This is the story of so much more than one terrific game from young Strasburg. This is the story of a struggling young franchise's hopes saddled squarely on the shoulders of the most hyped pitching prospect of his generation. And what's curious about Strasburg in this moment is that he's somewhat of an unlikely protagonist. Before he was blowing away hitters at San Diego State, where he had a then unheard of 102 mile-per-hour fastball and became arguably the greatest college pitcher of all time, he was an overweight high school hurler who wasn't even drafted, yet became the #1 overall pick just 3 short years later. So, how did he end up here? In his senior year of high school, Steven Strasburg demonstrated flashes of brilliance on the diamond. He led West Hills High in Santee, California with 74 strikeouts and 62 1/3 innings pitched. Combine that with a 1.68 ERA and a fastball that could hit 90 miles per hour, it seemed like he would have to make a big decision between college and the 2006 MLB draft. Unfortunately, that decision was already made for him. Even though he had the talent and the numbers, Strasburg admitted that he wasn't ready for pro ball when he looked back on his high school days. Scouts echoed the sentiment. There were 1,500 players taken in the 2006 MLB draft. Steven Strasburg was not one of them. And while Strasburg had hoped for an offer from Stanford, he ended up enrolling at San Diego State University. His stint with the Aztecs is where Strasburg grew from underdog to top dog. He lost 30 pounds and pitched out of the bullpen his freshman year. Things started to really tick up in Strasburg's second year at San Diego State. He went 8-3 with a 1.58 ERA, striking out 134 in 98 1/3 innings. His most memorable start came on April 11th of that year against Utah, where he struck out 23 batters. The chubby kid throwing 90 out of high school was suddenly in the upper 90s and touching the colossal 100 mile-per-hour mark. While his sophomore year did put Strasburg on the national stage, his junior year in 2009 superseded it in every way. He improved his stats in every category and was awarded the Dick Howser Trophy, an honor given to the best collegiate baseball player in the country. That summer, his victory lap came with his selection to the United States national team for the 2008 Olympic Games in Beijing. He was the only amateur selected to the team, where he played alongside titans of the game like Taylor Teagarden, Nate Shearholtz, and Jason Donald. Wow, that last guy doesn't even have a picture on Baseball Reference. Sheesh, I mean even Buttercup Dickerson has a picture on Baseball Reference. This, of course, culminated in Strasburg being selected as the #1 overall pick in the 2009 MLB draft. And just 77 seconds before the draft pick signing deadline, Strasburg agreed to a record-shattering deal with the Washington Nationals worth $15.1 million. This all happened before Strasburg threw a pitch in a professional game. Fast forward a year later, and Strasburg, the consensus #1 prospect in baseball, stood on the mound in front of 40,000 in Washington, D.C. For a new team that had lost 100-plus games the previous 2 seasons, he was their first glimpse at a brighter future. So how did he do in his first rodeo? We've been building up the hype for quite some time now, so let's see the kid pitch. I'll be displaying the pitch velocity and type via the PitchFX data from Baseball Savant. Keep in mind that the original PitchFX data was measured 55 feet from the mound, but Baseball Savant adjusts it for out-of-the-hand measurements, like the ones used by StatCast. Hopefully the first batter he faces won't be a difficult opponent.
The leadoff hitter is Andrew McCutchen.
Uh-oh. Thankfully, McCutchen lines out. And with 2 outs in the first, Strasburg faces Lasting's Millage of all people.
Last year.
His first pitch is a 2-seam fastball with some crazy horizontal movement. The broadcast displays it at 94 miles per hour, but if you look at the more reliable PitchFX data, they actually tracked it at 99. He switches it up with his curveball, which he hangs up in the zone. The movement is still so great that Millage can't help but flinch. He goes to the curve on 0-2, and it's the perfect chase pitch. Millage is sat down, and Strasburg has his first career big league strikeout to end the inning. In the second inning, Strasburg goes down 3-0 in the count, but doesn't panic. He pumps in 3 great fastballs on the outer half to sit down his opponent. Wow, 99.7 miles per hour. The next batter, Delwyn Young, falls victim to a nasty sequence. Strasburg throws the most giftable pitch of the day, a 99.8 mile per hour 2-seamer. Then on 2-2, oh, here comes the curveball. No chance. After an Andy LaRoche single, Ronnie Cedeno is the next man up. Strasburg gives him the business with a fastball, a big curve, and then he introduces his third pitch, a 90 mile per hour changeup. The way Strasburg mixes up speeds is a huge problem for hitters. He has 3 distinct velocity ranges. On this day, he'll average over 98 miles per hour on his fastball, 90 miles per hour on his changeup, and 82 miles per hour on his curveball. The fastball comes with a 4-seam variant, a 2-seam variant, and the occasional sinker as well. This is his first MLB start, and Strasburg already has a pitch mix that most veterans would kill for. And this full repertoire of pitches is making life difficult for the Pirates. With 4 swinging strikeouts through 2 innings, Strasburg is off to a terrific start. Okay, 3rd inning. We've got a looking strikeout and a swinging strikeout. That brings his total up to 6. In the 4th, Delwyn Young takes him deep. At this point, Strasburg is lucky that the Nats don't immediately designate him for assignment. All jokes aside, this is still the formerly chubby kid who struggled with the mental game. How will he respond to his first big league adversity? Oh, with a strikeout to start the 5th, of course. Strasburg will now attempt to close out the inning against the Pirates pitcher, Jeff Karstens, and oh! Okay, granted, PitchFX only tracked this pitch at 99 miles per hour, but it's the first time viewers got to see Strasburg's name and triple digits in Major League Baseball. It's time for the 6th inning. Strasburg sits down McCutchen with yet another swinging strikeout. By the way, when you're Steven Strasburg, baseball commentators think your changeup is a fastball. Next batter up. Oh! Okay, it was most likely 99 miles per hour again, according to PitchFX. But still, he gets Neil Walker with a big-time whiff. Then he's able to close it out with yet another swinging strikeout. That makes 4 consecutive strikeouts, the last 3 of which were swings and misses. Strasburg enters the 7th inning with a 4-2 lead and 81 pitches. With the Nationals wanting to pace their young stud, this will be his last inning of the day. Here's the 2-2 to Garrett Jones, and it's that pesky curveball for yet another swinging strikeout. Strasburg now has 12 strikeouts. Did you know that Strasburg is chasing history this inning? The Nationals are only in year number 6 in existence after their move from Montreal, but the Nats' record for strikeouts in a game is 13, held by John Patterson, who accomplished the feat twice. Strasburg, the anointed savior for this franchise, is currently sitting at 12 in his first career start. How crazy is that? Let's resume with an 0-2 count to Delwyn Young, and he gets revenge with the fastball. Finally, here's Strasburg's chance to punctuate this incredible performance. He has Andy LaRoche on the ropes with an 0-2 count and is seeking his record-setting 14th strikeout. He's done it. 99 plus in the 7th inning. John Patterson's reign of terror is over. Steven Strasburg has the Nationals record for strikeouts in a game. And it only took him, let's see here, 1 game. He did it with his devastating secondary pitches and his fastball velocity, which topped out at 100.8 miles per hour on PitchFX. Keep in mind that 100 mile per hour men weren't nearly as common back in 2010. There were only 3 starting pitchers who had more than 20 triple-digit pitches. They were Steven Strasburg, Ubaldo Jimenez, and coming in first place was... Okay, yeah, that makes sense. This was the culmination of years of hype dating back to Strasburg's sophomore year at San Diego State. Somehow, he had even exceeded those lofty expectations in his debut. The savior of the Nationals had arrived, and it seemed as if Strasburg might just cruise to a Hall of Fame career. If only it were that simple. On August 21st, 2010, just a few short months after his debut, Strasburg was pulled from his start against the Phillies after just 53 pitches. On August 27th, the Nationals made the most dreaded announcement possible. Steven Strasburg, their potentially franchise-altering talent, had torn his UCL and would need Tommy John surgery. The procedure itself is a miracle of modern medicine, as it was first performed in 1974 by Dr. Frank Jobe on, you guessed it, Dodgers pitcher Tommy John. Had he thought of it a few years earlier, Dr. Jobe believes that the procedure could have saved the career of another Dodgers pitcher, Sandy Koufax. But it's not always successful. Roughly 80% of the pitchers who receive the surgery return back to their original level, but that leaves the 20% that don't. Recovery from the procedure is also a lengthy timeline that takes between 12 to 18 months. That road is filled with potential pitfalls. Push yourself too hard, and you may find yourself needing a second Tommy John surgery. There is also the fear that Strasburg, someone who is made famous for his triple-digit fastball, would lose his velocity and thus his effectiveness. In his 2010 debut season, Steven Strasburg threw 23 triple-digit pitches in just 68 innings. Since then, he has thrown exactly one pitch over 100 miles per hour. Those days are over. After getting the chance to stretch out his elbow with 5 major league starts towards the tail end of 2011, Strasburg returned to the
It's not worth it. Just leave the way.
Welcome to my world. Won't you come on in? I'll be waiting here, waiting just for you. Welcome to my
Hey, dude, this shock though. Be careful of this. This is some like big damage. This is like some Defias Pillager of Decimus damage. I was lacking on this. Yeah. You guys ready to delete? Who's ready to delete, boys? Got sloppy? Yeah. You hate to see it, right? You hate to see it. We got kind of attached to this guy. Wailing Caverns and all. Venom Strike. Was anybody here for Venom Strike? Yeah, man. Decimus undid us. You hate to see it. Got too careless, yeah. Check the VOD. I think it was. I think it's what I think this is because it's a shock, right? I think this is an instant cast burst damage that the elemental has, and it really hits hard. I don't feel so bad though. It could have been feeling worse. So let's say if I just died without trying to retreat, I would feel worse than I currently do right now. We were trying to retreat, trying to disengage, and we're too slow on the potion. Wasn't zoomed out far enough and looking around me because I aggroed something else, I think, right at the very end. Could have feigned death earlier, but was just getting greedy and lazy or, you know, complacent or whatever. Had potions, had stuff. Could have swiftness, you know, but got greedy with the swiftness. This is what's going to kill you in Classic, man. People will watch this stuff and they'll be like, yo, the hardcore challenge, that sounds brain dead easy. Like, you know, play Hunter, live the good life. You don't expect, like, oh god, it's an alliance. There's not really any course correction there, so it was just so horribly done. Is Reforged the lowest rated game on Metacritic? I haven't checked in a while. For a while people were saying it was on track to be. I think it might actually be. As far as AAA games, it may be the lowest rated game. And I think, you know, a lot of that isn't... A lot of that is based on the idea that, it's not that Warcraft 3 is a bad game, right? It's just that the Reforged aspect of it was just so horribly done. Yeah. Oh, we got the Dust Devil on us now, too? Yikes, dude. Immune. And we got the Hyena. Oh, no, boys. Let's go rapid fire. Okay. This is scuffed. Hold on. And there's a Hyena pack? Nah, I'm out, dude. I'm out. I need to fucking pay attention. How about that? How about we pay attention? Let's just reset. I'm not liking it. Bad jujus. There it is. We're gonna potion. No, dude. What happened? No, dude. No way, dude. No way, bro. 5 damage. I got shocked. I was too slow. I was too greedy. Too greedy and too slow. That's what that's my summary to you, Grays. Too greedy, too slow. Yeah. It's on a different account, Rainer, that's why. I think we should go Alliance now, though, right? We just went Horde. Did we go Alliance now? I wonder, dude. I wonder what the next chapter entails, man. I wonder, dude. I wonder, dude. What does the future have in store for us? What's next up on Cargo's Gaming? Going dead, straw poll. Straw poll. Oh man, $20. Pierre, thank you, man. Thanks, Pierre. Like now everybody shows up to the stream. We got like 1K people in here.
Nice run, Cargos. Can't wait for the next attempt. Keep it streaming. Cheer.
Yo, thanks very much for the 20, Pierre. 1K people in here after Cargo shits the bed. Damn. You hate to see it. Oh, guys. What's next, man? What's next? There's a lot of people playing Shaman at the moment,
faction
man.
in class.
Straw poll faction in class. Okay. There is a lot of people in here. Okay, let's do it. Let's do it. You guys ready for the straw poll? You guys ready for the straw poll? It's like literally my future for the next weeks because we're hitting 60 on this next guy. Guaranteed. Here we go. Faction. First choice. Here we go. I'm going to put a straw poll link in the chat. Straw poll in the chat. Coming real soon. Alright, we're going to start here. My life is in your hands, boys. My life is in your hands. My life, I am but the humble vessel of your will, I have mind. I am but the humble vessel of your will. Do with me what you will, dude. Oh man, we died, I can't believe it. I thought we were going all the way on that, man. I thought we were going all the damn way. Hunter just died, brother. No, the Iron Darker's still alive, Mowgli. I'm thinking about making a new one though. Yeah, we're getting 60 on this next one. New PR. Let's see. I mean, it's looking like, unless the Horde rallies right now, it's looking like Alliance, right? I'll give it another like 2 minutes. Unless the Horde legitimately has some sort of Oni buff drop or like War Chief's Blessing, rather. It's looking like a decisive Alliance victory right now. Yeah, we're dead, Dio. You hate to see it. You really do. You really do. Horde's rallying. It's so funny. You just say that in the chat and it starts to rally. It's crazy. 41%, 40. It's still looking like Alliance though, right? 30 seconds. Then we'll move on to the next question. Don't go Urbalk? Yeah, I think I'm not gonna go Urbalk. Not needed, right? Alright, 10 seconds. 10 seconds, boys.
Man,
Holy shit.
GGS, dude. You should make a mage since not many people are doing it.
Dude. Thank you guys. So many donos at once. GG's, dude. B-Flow, thank you for the 10. Thanks for the 10. Aggro with the tier 1 sub, man. And we have Bry with the 35 for level 35F. Thank you so much, Bry. Thank you so much, guys. I appreciate it. Makes me feel better. HH Raptor Pro with the Twitch Prime. Thank you, guys. Thank you, guys. Cheer,
Level
cheer me up.
35F.
Thank you very much. Okay, so Alliance it is, guys. My fate is decided. Here we go. We're going Alliance. We are going Alliance. We are now a boy in blue. The next straw poll to decide our fate will be the most important straw poll. Guys, I almost don't want to do this right now, but I'm about to put all 9 classes on there. Should I put all 9 classes? There's some classes I want to play more than others. But I feel like in order to be fair, I gotta put all 9 classes. Oh, okay. Class. Let me see, what am I missing here? Warrior, Rogue, Hunter, Warlock, Mage, Paladin, Shaman, Priest. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I'm missing 1. Druid, I'm missing that. There it is. Okay, all 9 classes. Here. Bro. My fate is in your hands, boys. Oh, this feels bad, this straw poll, I gotta say. This straw poll feels rough, dude, because I don't really feel motivated to play every single class. We're putting it in here, though. We're putting it in here. I am a vessel of the hive mind. There's the straw poll spam right there. Let's vote it up, man. Let's vote it up, dude. No fucking way, dude. No way. Vote it up, guys. Vote it up. Vote it up. Keep voting. Keep voting. Keep voting. No way, dude. Say it ain't so. Say it ain't so. Please, Ragnaros. No, dude. Boomkin or Druid. This doesn't even make sense to me. Druid is like the least represented class. Druid is winning like decisive victory. Where is this Druid pride coming from? Is everybody from the frickin' Druid Discord? Oh my Lanta, dude. Dude, you really want to see Druid, dude? Oh, no, make me do it. Vote, vote, vote. Mage, catch up or something, man. Druid. You're telling me I'm about to play a Druid. Dude, you're telling me I'm about to play a Druid. I'm gonna have to play Teldrassil. Oh my god. You gonna put me in the Night Elf zones, bro? Dude, I'm gonna get taken advantage of by a fairy dragon,
Rip
man.
KARGZHC. Here is to another fun HC leveling experience. Druid.
God, dude, this is what I get for dying on the Hunter. I'm not even joking. Bro, am I really about to play a Druid right now?
To not play Druid, please God. Or Mage.
Yo. Oh, I can't help it, man. Goon, thank you for the 5. The chat has spoken. I don't know if you guys are trolling me or what. You guys really want to see some high-octane Druid gameplay. Not like this, bro. Oh, dude.
It's because you included shamans.
I have to do one more check for the chat, guys. If you want to see Druid, put a 1 in chat. I need to make sure you guys are real. Like, I need to verify that it's not like one guy doing some kind of like some script. 1 in the chat if you want to see a Druid. 1's in the chat. I need to like make sure this is real, man. I feel like this is like some kind of elaborate troll or something, some kind of hoax. Oh, you hate to see it, dude. I'm not going cat form though. I'm not going for cat form. That's fair, right? I'm not going for cat form. Is that fine? No cat form gaming. Oh, dude, people actually want to see Druids, man. Please, no cat form, though. Oh, my Alright, let's do it. Let's make our... We already know the least soy boy looking night elf. It's got the dreads. Here we go white hair. Nah, this is the best. Oh my god, I'm playing Druid. Holy shit, dude. Okay. Looks pretty good. I need the Matt Damon face. What's the Matt Damon face? This is like the little kid face, right? Oh, just look at me, dude. I'm covered in Soylent. What about this? Is this Matt Damon enough? What's the Matt Damon face? No, we're not going female, bro. No fucking chance, dude. No fucking chance, dude. No chance. No chance. We're not going female. No chance. No chance, dude. I'm sorry. You're never gonna see me play a female character here because I like to imagine myself as the character. Oh, dude. Is this the good face, guys? It looks fine, right? Well, what about that skin? That skin's dope. Alright, that's more Matt Damon, right? This looks more like Matt Damon. Nah, no beard, man. No beard, no beard. This looks like Matt Damon, right? Straw poll gender? You guys are just gonna troll me, dude. Oh my god, straw poll gender, you hate to see it. Fine. You guys are just gonna straight make me play the worst thing ever. There it is. Seal my fate. Execute, dude. Execute me, bro.
Hey, new Druid, we need to talk about enchanting.
Execute me, dude. Just finish it, dude. Oh my god. No, dude. Yeah, I died tactics. I fucking died in a very anticlimactic way. I don't even want to look, bro. Oh, Mail's catching up. Guys. Come on, Mail. I'm rooting for you, man. 118, 120, 120, 120, getting closer. Come on. Yes. Pass it. Hell yeah, dude. That's what's up, dude. Come on. 50.52. Come on, man. Alright. It's looking like Mail, right? It's looking like Mail. 30 seconds. 30 seconds. Hell yeah. I knew the chat wouldn't troll me like that. Alright, that's looking like a decisive victory for the, well, maybe not decisive, but that's looking like Mail right there. Bam, let's go. Woo! Nah, no beard, man. No beard. By 1%. Yup. The chat didn't let me down. We're playing Druid, but it's fine. Oh man. Playing Druid. Oh my god. The thing is, I can't even escape the Night Elf. I can't even escape the Night Elf zones, right? Is there a way? We have to stay here till like 20 to get through the wetlands. I'm pretty sure, bro. We have to stay here till like level 20.
Will you make it further than Grace? LVL 16.
What the fuck? YOLO solo with the $2, bro. Come on now. Cargo's soy boy. What is this? Get out of here, bro. I'm playing a Chad Night Elf Druid right now. Night Elf Druid, by the way. Shadow Meld. Do I even need this? Oh, we're doing it. 5-second roll. Good. Oh, we're looking alright. As far as, you know.
Greeting.
All right, let me start the leveling guide over again. Oh man, you hate to see it. You really do. You really do. Solo, Night Elf, Druid, level 1. Okay. Pick up these quests. Okay, we got a complete balance of nature. Hold up, hold up, hold up, hold up. What is this thing? What is this thing right there? That's an energy tracker, right? We don't need that for now. Oh, we need Druid bar. We need Druid bar like yesterday. Druid bar. We should take off Nug energy for now. I think that's it. Hunter's in the dirt, dude. The Hunter's rip, man.
Night Elf racial really gonna help in HC. Faster ghost running.
Yeah, man, that's gonna be like really huge plays. The faster ghost running.
You would have looked so good as a female face with tongue.
Oh yikes, dude. Thanks for the 5, Daniel Page. Appreciate it. How do I unlock this? I can't move Druid bar. This is the character that dies at level 8. No, I'll try my best. I will. Can't disrespect the chat like that. There it is. Okay, we're moving it. Good, good, good. Now we gotta move the cast bar underneath. We're almost in business. Okay. Auto loot, we're almost there. We're almost pumping. I can't believe I'm playing the Night Elf Druid. I really can't. I really can't. I can't believe it. The music's kind of fire, though. Isn't this music kind of pog? I'm getting hyped for this. Yeah, so let's think about what we've learned. Probably not going to go enchanting herbalism this run. Gonna try to go what? Skinning, leatherworking. How does that sound? Skinning, leatherworking, boys. How does that sound? What else could I be missing here too? Okay. Omen of Clarity? Yeah, we're probably gonna go Omen of Clarity. Yeah, definitely Omen of Clarity. Instead of the resto talents? Absolutely. Get the tag. Enjoy the zone. Yeah, I'm gonna keep an open mind. I'm gonna do my best, guys. Just to let you guys know, for you watching right now. Thanks everybody watching, tuning in. I'm gonna give it my best shot. I will. I'm not gonna troll and just die. I really will give it my best shot. Yeah, we're getting our bear form. We'll be doing our things. We'll be doing Druid things. You're gonna see a lot of this really strange casting animation though that the male Night Elves have. $666 viewers is insane. Twitch is actually bigger than YouTube right now. Guys, no host, nothing happened, and Twitch is bigger than YouTube. This is probably a channel first for me right now. I don't know what it is about Twitch, but Twitch has been going like ham.
The last run of the night.
Welcome to my world. Won't you come on in? I'll be waiting. Waiting just for you. Welcome to my
The stakes are really high when you only have one life to live. And rest in peace. We just lost our hunter, who's our new personal best. Level 38. Or no, 38, not 35. I wish 38. What was it, 35? Yeah, 35. Hate to see it. Change stream title? Oh, yeah. Should do that, huh? Yeah, we'll change the stream title. Just don't let Twitch chat troll your stream to the ground. Yeah, I'll do my best. Do my best. Been lurking for a while. Your content's 10 out of 10. I appreciate that, Otto, man. We need one more little cat. There he is, right there. There's a couple. Strike 1, gifting a tier 1 sub. They've gifted 2 total. Welcome, Boosted Stick. Thank you very much for the gift, man. Hey, I appreciate that, Strike. Appreciate that, bro. The Wrath spam, yup. Not much we can do yet. Ishnu Allah. We're gonna have to deal with a lot of that, right? Can we get some Ishnu Allah in the chat, please? I don't know what that means. Game plan right now, get out of the Night Elf zone as fast as possible. If anybody knows a way to get through the wetlands, or to swim it, let me know. Because I feel unsafe here already. Ishnu Dal Diab. I don't know what is going on. Ishnu Dal Dare. Teleport. Yeah, man. No problem, bro. Love the streaming content. Keep it up. Hardcore for the win. Hell yeah, man. Hell yeah, dude. Hardcore rising up, man. Hardcore community. The hardcore family. Swim from the wetlands to Westfall. Can you do that safely and consistently? I mean, if I die that way, that's a legit death. Like, if you give it your best shot. I'm gonna try to get. Yeah, I'm gonna try to do that ASAP. I know Dark Shore's better, but Dark Shore just gives me the creeps, man.
What is nature's call?
Look at them, man. They're just too happy. These elves. What's wrong with you? Who's spitting their bean curd, man? All right. Pick up a good friend. Buy refreshing spring water. Pick up with a protector. I mean, we know all these starting quests, right? Let's just do them. Fell Moss, Mangy Knight Saber Thistleborn. So we're gonna kill these little goblin guys. Way too many fanboys. It happens, man. Every time we start a new character, it happens. People are excited. It's all good. It's all good. We're gonna give this our best shot. Get the starting zone. How did the hunter die? Got lazy. Got hit by this ability called Shock. I could have played safer. Wasn't paying attention fully. There was a what do you want to call that guy? Like a Dust Devil kind of guy, right? There's this Dust Devil kind of guy. He has an ability. I think it's an instant cast ability called Shock. And it hit me for 202 damage, which is a substantial amount of my health. I didn't potion in time. Totally caught me out of left field. Was not ready for that. So that's unfortunate. Shake it off though. Keep it going. Swim if you die, make a mage. Yeah, we'll give it our best shot. It's like a new fresh with all these starting guys here. Reminder, Feign Death is an awesome ability. Yikes, yeah. You're not wrong, man. You're not wrong. That's how those deaths will sneak up on you in hardcore, though. You're just not fully paying attention. You got caught slipping. Get hit with a shot. There it is. There's the clip. Appreciate it. I'll put that in the YouTube chat for those interested. Okay. Here's the clip. For those of you in the YouTube want to see it, there it is. Is Hearthstone allowed in HD? Yeah, it is. It's Hearthstone's fine. Did you get your Paladin away? No, we've never gotten a character 60. That Hunter was our best so far. Yeah, it's sad. The Hunter's dead. You hate to see it. You really do. You really do. We had a good run with that guy. Some would even say that that was the Blessed run. I was starting to believe that that was the Blessed run. We were feeling pretty untouchable. Okay, this guy got tagged. Okay. Druids have all the odds stacked up against them. Yeah, it's true. They're not that gear dependent though. They're so okay. What is there to love about Druid, guys? What is there to love? Let's talk about this. What can we look forward to on Druid? Thinking about it right now. druids are not that gear dependent, right? So we will have an easier time with the gear sort of things, right? Bear form is dope. You have a teleport. You have a teleport to Moonglade, which is pretty nice and hardcore. What else? No diminishing returns on entangling roots. Absolutely, man. 100%. That's pretty sweet. The no DR on entangling roots is huge. Nature's Grasp. Yep. 0 weapon progression. Yeah, there's a little bit of weapon progression early, but then it's pretty much none. Just stat stick after, right? That's pretty huge. Versatile. I think once we get out of these night elf zones, we'll be feeling a little bit better. We just gotta get out of here. We just gotta hustle through. Hustle through the night elf zones. Thorns, stealth. There we go. Cat form. Nah. This is a no cat form kind of druid, dude. No cat form. That's the condition, dude. Yeah, we deleted the hunter. Hunter's gone. Bear form stream. Nah, no cat form. Nah, we might get cat form. I don't know. I preferred. You can make bear form work though. No, we'll get travel form. But I'm saying you can make bear form work if you just, you know, put Moonfires up on multiple targets and stay in bear. You can actually level that way. It's fine. Cat form is way better. Yeah, I know. We'll see how it goes when we get there. Okay, we need one more Felmoss. Build an Omen of Clarity melee hunter type build. Well, I'm down to go Omen of Clarity. We probably won't go melee druid, but there's a lot to love with druid. I'm excited. It'll be cool, man. It'll be cool. There's a good amount of people that want to see druid gameplay too. Like they genuinely, unironically want to see some good druid play. So I'll do my best and go through it. And it's a switch. It's a change of place. This is the first. Night elf we've done in hardcore. So let's do it, guys. Let's make the best of it. Yeah, bears are sick, man. Druid is the good life. That's what's up. Cave is gonna be rough. Nah, cave is fine. The spider cave is totally fine. It's not bad in there. Okay, let's get some leg. Yeah, bears are sick, man. Druid is the good life. That's what's up. Cave is level 3. Can't really train anything useful yet. Let's go in here. We'll vendor. Frillbog cave is bad. Oh yeah, the Frillbog cave. Oh, you're saying that Druid cave in the main night elf part of the zone, right? We're probably not gonna go there. That den of whatever. I think that's a hard pass for Druid. I mean for hardcore. The den of the Barrowed Den. I think that's a hard pass right there. Okay. Ender. So we're probably not going to train until 4 because all we can get right now is Mark. It's not that good. We'll do one more quest. The hunter died, Jonathan. Yeah, let me update the stream title right now. Let me update the stream title. You hate to see it, but it's true. Okay. Here we go. Balance of Nature, Webwood Venom. We're gonna go to that dude. Turn in that hand in. Hunter died. Hunter died. Yeah, help people out in the chat if you can. Spam the link if people are asking. I appreciate it. Hunter dead. Rest in peace. Level 35. Meta might be balanced till 20. Yeah, we're gonna go balanced till 20 for sure, John. Definitely. Get Omen of Clarity, get the natural the plus damage in form. Really good. So Icaron is up there. We gotta go turn that in. We gotta kill these Thistleborers, Mangy Nightsabers. We're gonna power through this real quick. Aggro too much. You could say that. Just wasn't playing safe enough. Got complacent, pretty much, is what I would say. Is there a clip of you dying? Yeah, there is, right there. That should be shared right there. Might want to zoom out a bit. I feel ya. I feel ya, but I feel like this looks the best on stream. I could play like an RTS, like an RTS game, but I think it looks better like this. Unless, what do you guys think? Maybe we can change it. Maybe zoom out a little bit more, like here. If you're too far zoomed out, it doesn't look that good to watch. IMO. Just want to say that Hardcore is so fun. It made me like WoW again. Thanks for the reboot. Appreciate that, man. Who's that? Ash, man. Appreciate that. It's really nice of you to say. Kill some Thistleborers. We're back in it, boys. New character, new fresh. First person.
Good luck with the Druid. Regarding enchanting, can we buy rods from off? Otherwise the profession is not possible.
What's up, Martin? Yeah, no trading it as it currently stands. We can maybe make changes later down the line, but just to keep it simple, no trading. It's supposed to feel like a solo type of challenge. Thing is, what would you really unlock with enchanting in the later levels that you would actually need that would help a lot? You know, you could just you know, level out at 60 if you could get there. I don't know if enchanting is going to be all that super useful for you. But yeah, no buying rods as it currently stands right now, unless you think, unless we get a lot of people feeling like that we need to make that adjustment. But I don't know if we will. It's just another kind of minutia type of rule that you would be adding. To make the lesser and greater wand, you don't need to buy rods from anyone too, so that's one of the main appeal. Clip of the Hunter death. It's right here, bro. There you go. Hunter dead. Hate to see it. Yeah, I hate to see it. We're doing so good. Yeah, I think I'm gonna go leatherworking skinning. I'm with it. We can just get potions off mobs. They'll drop from chests. We'll buy them from vendors. I want a really, really easy profession. Link again, sure thing. Here you go. Over 1,000 people in the chat. You love to see it. Thank you very much, guys, for joining me on this new epic adventure. We're gonna give it our best shot. Druid's not a class that I was dying to play, but thinking about it now, the more and more I think about it, I think there's a lot to love. I think there's a lot to love with Druid. A lot to look forward to. The hybrids in vanilla are pretty sweet in general, so I'm excited for it. Genuinely. I'm glad I don't have to play a female Night Elf Hunter. I mean, female Night Elf Druid, though. Makes me feel better. Just heard the news F in the chat. I know, right, man? You hate to see it. What's up, Axel? Pre-10? I don't think Druid Pre-10 is that bad. What do you guys think? Druid Pre-10, is it that bad? You have, you know, Insanely Roots. You have heals. You have melee weaving with Moonfire. That's one thing that, when we leveled our last Druid, melee weaving with Moonfire is pretty sick. Pretty sick. Pretty sick, man. We're gonna be doing that. Melee weaving with Moonfire. It doesn't reset your swing timer. Inventory is full. Are you not allowed to feign death in Hardcore? No, you are. You are. I just thought I was going to be fine, to be honest. I took a lot of burst damage there right at the end with the shock. I was ready to potion. If you look at the clip, you'll see I was kind of scrambling to hit the potion, but it just wasn't in time. That burst damage caught me lacking. We're trying to retreat. Just misplaced. A lot of things I could have done differently. Shoulda, woulda, coulda. Love to see you tank. True. Dude, that's the most hype thing anyone has said about Druid so far. We can start tanking the hardcore dungeons. That is super hype, man. Alright, now you got me genuinely excited. Once we start getting into the dungeon territory, the fact that we can start tanking stuff. It is a fluff challenge to enjoy the game with more regulations, of course. Why not use a non-optimal profession? No, you absolutely could. You can definitely use enchanting. I'm just saying a big part of the appeal is that it's solo. It's a solo challenge. It's you against the world, no help. So the more and more we open up to trading, the more and more we move away from that. Now that might be something that people want to move away from and make it just more of a mode where you're trading with other hardcore players and you're basically just playing the game normally but with one life. That may be the case. The problem with that is that it's harder to regulate because you have to watch stream VODs and just be more mindful of that. Yeah, rip the hunter, boys. Rip the hunter. Rip the hunter. 35. Hate to see it. Alright, we're done with this quest. Go turn it in. Kef tank. Is that the Kef tank right there, right next to me? Yeah. Oh, it's so Kef tank. How you doing, bro? The Kef tank right next to me, dude. The big TC brain. Alright, we'll go to Ivaron. We have to do that first, then we go back. Nothing gets hurt more than Iron Lad, big true. Because he was a warrior. He was a human, too. I think that was a big part of it. Because he's a human, man. We can all relate. He's a human, brother. Just gonna dump mana. Anytime we're about the mana cap, we just want to dump mana and keep moving. Dump mana. Dump mana. Alright. Ivaron. North of the cave. Here's the cave. Should be left right around over here, right? What's the ruling if a random 60 just helps out a competitor during the leveling tournament? Yeah, we'll have to see, man. We'll have to evaluate it on a case-by-case basis and try and do it democratically. There is an element to people having to play ball here, though. So, we'll just have to do our best. Thing is, sometimes it may not be the person's intention, right, to have the 60 help. It could just be like mean-spirited 60s. I don't think it's gonna be a problem here on Bloodsail, though. Bloodsail people are really good-spirited, I have to say. Yeah, there's a leveling tournament on Sunday or Saturday, guys. You guys are going to sign up. Let me put the Discord in the chat. Put the Discord in here. Guys, this is one of the fastest growing Discords in the Classic WoW community right now. Already pretty much have 2K people in here right now. Really, it's going to be a lot of fun. If you guys are interested in the hardcore game mode, you want to try playing with one life. A lot of streamers and people are getting into it, giving it a shot. People are seeming to really like it, and we have this tournament on Saturday. Free to enter, lots of prizes, class-specific prizes. It's going to be fully casted, shoutcasted, streamed. Feel free to sign up. The registration link is in the Discord, as well as all the stream assets that you see on the stream right now. The camera frame, the logo, the little character portrait. All of this is available for free in the Discord, so we'd love to have you. We'd love to see it if you wanted to join us in hardcore game mode. We got guilds ready and waiting for you. We got one of the dopest communities in the classic space, let's be honest here. What class you playing in the tournament? I'm actually not going to play in the tournament, man. I'm going to be casting it the whole time. Did you get a mic? New mic? Do you sound different? Do I? How do I sound different? What it might be is talking too much. Like your voice kind of gets a little bit raspy over time. It could be that. Do you still raid? I do. Yeah, I raid Wednesday, Thursday. I raid Wednesday, Thursday with Def Camp Melderon. I raid Wednesday, Thursday with Def Camp Melderon BWL on the Scarum server. My main is still on Scarum. Yeah, this place is rough, John. We'll get out of here. We'll get out of here as fast as possible, battle. Get through this. Some spiders. Some spiders. Yeah, the hunter died. You hate to see it. You're playing in the tournament screen? That's awesome, man. That's really awesome. That is really awesome, man. The music is amazing. Yeah, I will give this place credit. Very mystical. Very night elfy. Very night elfy. Does anybody love Teldrassil? What do you maybe you could help sell the chat on it. What do you guys love about Teldrassil? Do you just like the color palette of Night Elf? Like very mystical. So I think it's a hit or miss kind of thing. For me, my favorite starting area. What's your guys' favorite starting area? Yeah, you know what we should do right now? We should pop a Coors Light, man. IRL consume. We need it, dude. We need it. There it is. You heard the pop. Cheers, guys. Cheers to the hardcore community, to a bright future. Hell yeah, boys. Let's get some of this purple stuff. Dunmore. Dunmore's pretty dope. Big cheers, man. 8 out of 10. I almost want to just finish this because we're here. We're so close. 1 spider over here. 2 spiders spotted. Hell yeah. Oh, J-Dev, man.
Say it ain't so, bro.
It is so. It is so. The hunter tapped out. It was time to punch his time card. Thank you very much for the 10 bucks, J-Dev, and the continued support. All you've been doing in the background. Oh, someone took our spider. Damn it. Mulgore's cozy. If I had to level a druid, man, I was hoping it was gonna be more, but makes sense. We'll go alliance. How'd the hunter die? I'll link the clip. Posture check, appreciate it. Big true. Oh, big true, big true. Posture's been bad all day. Feign death is the best ability in the game. That actually requires you to use it though, Noahzon. So if you don't use it, it doesn't have any impact. So a lot of people joining the guild. That's awesome. That's awesome. Welcome, guys. We're on the Bloodsail Buccaneers server. If you guys want to join in on the action, do some dead mines, hardcore dead mines. Link it in Twitch too, of course. But of course, there it is, guys.